Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the reign of King Edgar the Peaceful, the Anglo-Saxon monarch, whose quiet determination unified England and ushered in a golden age of stability during the tumultuous 10th century. We'll softly explore the life and times of this remarkable king, from his childhood in the shadow of his troubled brother, to his rise as the unifier of a fractured kingdom, and finally to his delayed coronation that became the template for all future English monarchs. All while the monasteries flourished, the currency stabilized, and peace reigned across the land. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video. I'll leave a gentle comment about which Anglo-Saxon king you'd like to hear about next, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way. So cozy up, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from the 10th century lull you into restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Edgar, later known as King Edgar the Peaceful, entered the world sometime around the year 943 or 944, during a period when England itself was still discovering what it meant to be a single unified nation rather than a collection of separate kingdoms. The exact date of his birth has been lost to the mists of time, as was often the case with medieval births, even those of royal children. What matters is that this small, delicate infant arrived at a moment when the great project of English unification, begun by his ancestor Alfred the Great, was still very much a work in progress. The place of Edgar's birth, too, remains uncertain. It might have been at one of the royal estates in Wessex, perhaps at Winchester, the ancient capital where the West Saxon kings had held court for generations, or it might have been at one of the other royal residences scattered across the kingdom. Places like Gloucester or Cheddar or Kingston, where kings moved with their households in the endless circuit of medieval governance, consuming the food renders owed to them by their estates and showing themselves to their subjects. Wherever the birth occurred, it would have been attended by midwives skilled in the dangerous business of bringing new life into the world, with prayers offered for the safe delivery of mother and child. And Edgar was born into the royal house of Wessex, that remarkable dynasty that had risen from being kings of just the southwestern corner of Britain to becoming overlords of all the English peoples. His lineage was distinguished, stretching back through his father to his grandfather Edward the Elder, to his great-grandfather Alfred the Great, and beyond into the misty origins of the West Saxon royal line. This was a family that had saved England from Viking conquest, that had gradually expanded their authority over Mercia, Northumbria, and East Anglia, that had transformed themselves from regional chieftains into kings of a united realm. His father was King Edmund I, who had ascended to the throne in 939 at the young age of 18, following the death of his half-brother Ethelstan. And Edmund inherited a kingdom that his predecessors had worked tirelessly to unite, but also inherited the eternal vigilance required to maintain that unity. The Vikings remained a constant threat, with raids from across the North Sea and from Norse-held territories in Ireland and Scotland always possible. The recently conquered territories in the north and east, where Scandinavian settlers had created their own hybrid culture, blending Norse and English elements, required careful management to keep them loyal to the West Saxon crown. Edmund was, by all accounts, a brave and energetic king, personally leading his forces in battle, travelling constantly across his realm, issuing charters and making judgments, working to strengthen the royal authority his predecessors had established. He showed particular concern for recovering territories in the north that had temporarily slipped from English control, bringing them back under his overlordship through a combination of military force and diplomatic skill. Edgar's mother was Elfgifu of Shaftesbury, Edmund's first wife, a woman whose own family connections made her a suitable match for a king. In the world of 10th century royalty, marriages were political alliances as much as personal unions. A queen brought with her not just her own person, but the support of her family, the loyalty of their followers, and connections to other important families across the realm. Elfgifu came from the nobility of Wessex, from a family that had served the royal house for generations, making her an appropriate choice to be the mother of princes. But Elfgifu would play only the briefest of roles in young Edgar's life. In the year following his birth, probably in 944, this young mother died. The exact circumstances of her death are not recorded. Medieval chroniclers rarely provided such intimate details about royal women, but the dangers of childbirth in this era claimed many lives, and it is quite possible that complications from Edgar's birth or from a subsequent pregnancy led to her untimely end. She might have fallen victim to one of the many diseases that swept through medieval populations with terrifying regularity, or she might have died from any number of other causes in an age when medicine was primitive and death came easily. Whatever the cause, baby Edgar was left motherless while still in his infancy, too young to form any memory of the woman who had given him life. He would grow up without ever knowing her voice, her touch, her face. In later life, when he heard others speak of their mothers, he would have no such memories to share. This early loss, while not uncommon in the medieval world, where death was a frequent visitor even to royal households, marked the beginning of a childhood shadowed by absence and loss. Edgar was not the only child in the royal nursery. He had an older brother named Edwig, who had been born a year or two earlier, and who, as the elder son, would naturally be expected to inherit the throne when their father's time came. There was also a sister, though history has preserved so little information about her that even her name is uncertain. These three children of Edmund and Elfgifu represented the future of the royal line, the next generation, who would carry forward the work their ancestors had begun. As the younger son, Edgar's future would have seemed straightforward to those who contemplated such matters. Unless something unexpected happened to his older brother, Edgar would not inherit the throne. Instead, he would likely be given estate sufficient to support him in royal dignity, perhaps granted a title as an ealdorman, governing some region of the realm, expected to support his brother's kingship and raise his own children to serve the royal house in turn. Some younger sons of kings found their calling in the church, rising to become bishops or abbots, using their royal connections to advance both their own positions and the interests of their families. Others became military commanders, leading forces against the kingdom's enemies, gaining glory in battle even if the crown itself would never rest upon their brows. But fate, that unpredictable weaver of human destinies, had other plans for this second son. The first great change in Edgar's young life came when his father remarried. King Edmund left a widower with young children to raise and a kingdom to govern, took a second wife. This was both a practical necessity and a political opportunity. A king needed a queen to manage the royal household, to represent the feminine aspect of sovereignty, to provide counsel and support, and a new marriage meant new political alliances, new connections to powerful families, new opportunities to strengthen the bonds that held the kingdom together. Edmund's second wife came into the household, becoming stepmother to the young princes and princess. In how she treated Edmund's children by his first wife, we do not know. Medieval stepmothers could be kind and loving, treating their stepchildren as their own. Or they could be cold and distant, seeing the earlier children as rivals to any offspring they might produce themselves. The chroniclers tell us nothing about this aspect of young Edgar's childhood, leaving us to wonder whether he found warmth and affection from his stepmother, or whether he grew up feeling like an outsider in his own father's court. But Edgar would have little time to form any relationship with his father's new wife, or to discover what place he might have in this reconfigured royal family. When he was barely 3 years old, probably in the year 946, catastrophe struck. King Edmund, young, vigorous, at the height of his powers, was suddenly and violently taken from his children and his kingdom. The day was the feast of St. Augustine of Canterbury, May 26, 946, a day that should have been filled with joy and celebration. King Edmund had travelled to Pucklechurch in Gloucestershire to join in the festivities. Royal attendance at such feasts was part of the fabric of medieval kingship, the king showing himself to his people, sharing in their celebrations, blessing their communities with his presence, accepting their homage, and demonstrating in turn his care for them. But among the celebrating crowd was a man named Leofa, a convicted outlaw, a criminal who had been declared outside the protection of the law for his crimes. How Leofa had gained entrance to a royal feast where the king himself was present, why he had been allowed to mingle with respectable people when his outlaw status should have made him a pariah, the chronicles do not explain. Perhaps he came in disguise. Perhaps the guards who should have recognized and stopped him were negligent in their duties. Perhaps in the press and confusion of a large celebration, he simply slipped in unnoticed. However he gained entrance, Leofa was present when King Edmund's seneschal, one of his most trusted household officers, recognized him and moved to arrest this criminal who had dared to show his face at a royal gathering. The seneschal's duty was clear. An outlaw had no place at the king's feast, and arresting criminals was part of the responsibilities of royal officials. He stepped forward to take Leofa into custody, but Leofa, desperate and violent, resisted. A struggle broke out, of the kind of scuffle that could easily have been contained had it been merely between an outlaw and a household officer. But King Edmund, seeing his loyal servant grappling with this criminal, rushed to help. Perhaps the king acted out of loyalty to his seneschal, unwilling to see a trusted man harmed. Perhaps he was moved by righteous anger at seeing an outlaw desecrate a holy feast. Perhaps he simply reacted instinctively, without stopping to calculate the danger. Whatever moved him, Edmund threw himself into the struggle, and in the violence that followed, Leofa drew a knife. Perhaps he had come to the feast already armed, or perhaps he seized the weapon from someone nearby and stabbed the king. The blade found its mark, driving deep into Edmund's body, inflicting a wound that would prove mortal. The young king, and barely 25 years old, father of 3 small children, ruler of the English kingdoms, died there at Pucklechurch, struck down by a criminal's knife while defending one of his own men. The shock of this sudden death reverberated throughout England. Kings died in battle, died of disease, died of accidents. Death was no stranger even to royal persons in this harsh medieval world. But for a king to be murdered at a feast, killed by an outlaw who should never have been present, struck down while trying to protect his servant, seemed particularly tragic, particularly senseless. Edmund had been a vigorous and effective ruler, had shown every sign of continuing the work of English unification, had young heirs to follow him. Now he was gone, leaving his kingdom to mourn and his children orphaned. For 3-year-old Edgar, and this meant that both his parents were now lost to him. His mother had died when he was barely a year old, too young to have any memory of her. Now his father was dead, taken in violence before Edgar could form any real knowledge of the man who had sired him, the boy who should have grown up as a prince in his father's household, learning kingship at his father's side, preparing to support his brother's eventual reign. Instead, found himself an orphan, dependent on others for his upbringing, and uncertain of his future. In the immediate aftermath of King Edmund's death, the kingdom faced a succession crisis. Edmund's sons, Edwig, probably about 5 years old, and Edgar, about 3, were far too young to rule. England in 946 could not afford to place a small child on the throne, not with Viking threats still very real, and not with the recently unified kingdom still fragile, not with strong leadership essential to maintaining the unity Edmund and his predecessors had fought so hard to achieve. The solution, though it must have been painful for Edmund's children, was both practical and traditional. The throne passed to Edmund's younger brother, Edred, who thus became the 4th son of Edward the Elder to wear the English crown. Edred was already an adult, experienced in governance, familiar with the workings of royal power. He had served his brother Edmund loyally and had the support of the kingdom's leading men. The children could be raised and educated while their uncle ruled, with the understanding that when they came of age, the throne would return to Edmund's line. And so began the period when Edgar and his brother were pushed to the margins of power, being raised away from the centre of royal authority, their lives unfolding in relative obscurity during their uncle's reign. The chroniclers of the time, focused on recording the doings of the actual king, make no mention of the young princes in the early years of Edred's rule. Edgar and Edwig appear not to have regularly attended court, not to have witnessed royal charters, not to have played any visible role in the governance of the realm. They were royal children being raised in preparation for futures that were uncertain, protected by their royal blood, but removed from royal power. For young Edgar specifically, this meant being sent away from his father's court, away from whatever remnants of family he might have had, and to be fostered in a noble household in a distant part of the realm. This was not unusual. Noble and royal children in Anglo-Saxon England were routinely sent to be raised by other families, a practice that created bonds between different kinship groups and ensured that children learned from experienced adults outside their immediate families. But for an orphaned prince, it must have felt like yet another loss, another separation, another instance of being sent away from home. Edgar was sent north and west to Mercia, that great kingdom in the heart of England that had once been independent and rival to Wessex, but was now united under the West Saxon crown. Specifically, he was placed in the household of one of the most powerful nobles in England, a man who bore the remarkable title of Aethelstan Half-King, and this title was not officially granted, but was a nickname that reflected the enormous authority this ealdorman wielded. As ealdorman of East Anglia, Aethelstan governed a vast territory and commanded the loyalty of numerous lesser nobles and their armed followers. His power was such that he seemed almost a king in his own right, hence half-king. But Aethelstan Half-King was not merely a powerful secular nobleman. He and his wife Elfwin were deeply committed to the cause of monastic reform, that religious movement which sought to restore strict Benedictine discipline to English monasteries, and which would become one of the defining features of Edgar's eventual reign. Aethelstan's household was closely connected with the circle of reforming churchmen who dreamed of revitalizing English Christianity and bringing it into line with the reformed monasticism flourishing on the continent in places like Cluny and Fleury. In this Mercian household, young Edgar received an education that would shape the entire course of his life and reign. He learned, of course, the practical skills expected of a nobleman: how to ride, how to handle weapons, how to manage estates, how to command men. These were the basic requirements of his class, the skills that any noble or royal youth needed to master if he was to function effectively in the violent and competitive world of 10th century England. But Edgar's education went far beyond mere martial skills and estate management. Aethelstan Half-King and his wife ensured that this royal foster son received a thorough grounding in learning and piety as well. The young prince was taught to read and write, skills that were far from universal even among the nobility. He learned Latin, the language of the church, and of educated discourse. He studied scripture and the writings of the church fathers, absorbing the theology and worldview that shaped Christian society. Most significantly, Edgar's formal education was entrusted to a man named Ethelwald, who served as Abbot of Abingdon, one of England's ancient monasteries that had recently been reformed and restored to Benedictine observance. Ethelwald was one of the leading figures in the movement to reform English monasticism, a man of deep learning and fierce conviction, who believed that England's spiritual renewal depended on establishing communities of monks living in strict observance of the rule of St. Benedict. Under Ethelwald's tutelage, and Edgar learned not just the basics of literacy and religion, but absorbed a whole philosophy of what the Christian life should be and what the relationship between church and crown ought to be. Ethelwald taught that monks, living in communities dedicated entirely to prayer and spiritual discipline, represented the highest form of Christian life. He taught that royal support for monasticism was not just an act of piety, but a sacred duty, that kings who protected and enriched monasteries were storing up treasure in heaven while also strengthening their realms on earth. The young prince learned that the rule of Saint Benedict, that 6th century guidebook for monastic life written by an Italian monk, should be the standard by which all English monasteries were measured. He learned about the continental monasteries, where this rule was being strictly observed, places like Monte Cassino, where Benedict himself had lived, like Cluny in Burgundy, which had become the heart of reformed monasticism, like Fleury on the Loire, where Benedictine discipline was being revived. He learned that English monasticism, which had largely collapsed during the Viking invasions of the 9th century, and which had been only partially restored, needed radical reform to bring it up to continental standards. Edgar also learned about the controversies this reform movement generated. Many of England's religious houses were not populated by strict monks, but by communities of secular clergy, priests and clerics who might marry, who owned personal property, and who lived comfortable lives far removed from the austere discipline of Benedictine monasticism. These secular clerks often came from local noble families and had held their positions for generations, viewing church offices as family possessions that provided income and status. The reform movement threatened all of this, proposing to drive out these married clergy and replace them with celibate monks who owned nothing personally and lived under strict communal discipline. In the household of Aethelstan Half-King and in the classroom of Ethelwald of Abingdon, young Edgar was being trained not just in general principles of Christian kingship, but in a specific vision of what English Christianity should become. He was being prepared, though perhaps no one yet realized it, and to be the royal patron of a religious revolution that would transform English monasticism. During these formative years in Mercia, Edgar would have absorbed the rhythms of life in a great noble household. He would have witnessed the constant flow of visitors bringing news, seeking judgments, offering gifts, pledging loyalty. He would have seen how Aethelstan Half-King managed his vast estates, collected revenues, dispensed justice, led military forces when required, balanced the interests of various local powers. He would have learned the practical arts of lordship and governance through observation and participation. He would also have absorbed Mercian culture and perspective. Mercia had its own traditions, distinct from those of Wessex. It had its own saints, its own monasteries, with their own histories, its own ways of doing things. By spending his formative years in Mercia rather than in Wessex, Edgar gained insights into regional differences that would serve him well when he became king. He learned that England, though nominally unified, was still a patchwork of distinct regional identities, each with its own loyalties and concerns that a wise ruler needed to respect. The physical environment of Mercia would have been different from the Wessex that Edgar might have known in his earliest years. The landscape was varied. River valleys like those of the Severn and the Trent, rolling hills, patches of ancient forest, prosperous agricultural lands, and scattered towns and villages where craftsmen and merchants plied their trades. The climate was somewhat harsher than in the south, with longer winters and shorter growing seasons. The presence of Scandinavian settlers was more evident here, especially in the eastern parts of Mercia that bordered the Danelaw, with Danish place names and customs mingling with English ones. Edgar would have grown to know the great religious houses of Mercia and the Fen country, places like Peterborough, Ely, Ramsey, Crowland, some of which had been destroyed by Vikings and were now being restored, others of which had survived but fallen into laxity and needed reform. He would have visited these monasteries with his foster father, seen their lands, met their abbots, observed the various states of religious discipline they displayed. These experiences would inform his later decisions about which houses to support, which to reform, which to enrich with royal grants. The young prince was reportedly small in stature, a characteristic he would carry into adulthood. Later chronicles describe him as standing less than 5 feet tall, notably short even by the standards of a time when the average height was less than in our own era. This physical smallness might have made his childhood more challenging. Other boys might have mocked him for his size. He might have had to work harder to prove himself in the martial exercises that were part of any noble youth's training. But those same chronicles that mention his small stature also speak of his remarkable charisma, of a magnetic personality that commanded respect despite his modest height. Even as a boy, Edgar must have possessed that indefinable quality that made people take him seriously, that made them listen when he spoke, and that marked him as someone special. During these years in Mercia, Edgar's older brother Edwig was presumably receiving his own education elsewhere, perhaps more closely associated with their uncle King Edred's court, preparing for the kingship that seemed destined to be his as the eldest son. The two brothers were growing up in different environments, shaped by different influences, developing different perspectives. This separation would later contribute to the very different characters they displayed and to the different fates that awaited them. Meanwhile, their uncle Edred ruled England from 946 to 955, a reign of 9 years that saw continuing efforts to maintain the unity Edmund had fought for. Edred had to deal with rebellions in the north, where the last Viking king of York was finally expelled, bringing that ancient kingdom permanently under English control. He had to manage the complex relationship with the Scandinavian settlers of the Danelaw, who were gradually being integrated into English society, but who still maintained distinct cultural practices. He had to defend against raids from Viking fleets that still cruised the seas around Britain, always seeking opportunities for plunder. Edred, unlike his brother Edmund, never married and produced no children. This meant that when his death came in 955, the succession would naturally return to Edmund's sons. By this time, Edwig was probably about 14 or 15 years old, young, but not impossibly young for a medieval king. Edgar was about 12, still clearly a child. There was no question about which brother would inherit. Edwig, as the elder son of a king, had the clear right to succeed his uncle. And so, in 955, when King Edred died after what the chronicles describe as a period of illness, the crown passed to young King Edwig. For Edgar, now about 12 years old, this meant his brother was king. His own future became somewhat clearer. He would be a royal prince, brother to the king, probably given lands and position appropriate to his status, expected to support his brother's reign and serve as a trusted advisor and military commander. What Edgar could not have known, what no one could have predicted, was that his brother's reign would prove disastrous, that within just 2 years the kingdom would split in two, and that Edgar himself would find himself thrust into kingship far sooner than anyone had expected. But for now, in 955, Edgar was just a 12-year-old prince, raised in Mercia, educated by monks, trained in the ideals of reformed monasticism, preparing to support his brother's kingship from whatever position Edwig chose to give him. The stage was set for the dramatic events that would transform Edgar from a minor prince into one of Anglo-Saxon England's most significant kings. But that transformation would come through crisis and conflict, through the troubles of his brother's reign, through a division of the kingdom that threatened to undo all that their ancestors had achieved. Edgar's peaceful reign, for which he would be remembered for centuries, would emerge from anything but peaceful beginnings. The reign of King Edwig, which lasted from 955 to 959, would become one of the most controversial periods in Anglo-Saxon history, a time that demonstrated how quickly a kingdom's fortunes could change when a weak or unsuitable ruler wore the crown. The troubles began almost immediately at Edwig's own coronation, and they would escalate until they ultimately split England into 2 kingdoms and set the stage for Edgar's unexpected rise to power. Edwig was probably about 14 or 15 years old when he became king, an age that was young, but not impossibly so for a medieval monarch. The kingdom had experienced successful reigns by youthful kings before. His own father Edmund had been only 18 when he ascended the throne. Youth alone need not have been disqualifying, but Edwig would prove to lack the qualities necessary for successful kingship, whether due to his age, his temperament, his education, or simply his character. The new king was reportedly exceptionally handsome. The chronicles describe him as attractive in appearance, a detail they rarely bothered to record about most kings. This physical attractiveness would play a role in the scandals that quickly engulfed his reign. Edwig quickly gained a reputation, at least among ecclesiastical chroniclers, for being overly fond of women, for allowing his passions to override his judgment, for being more interested in pleasure than in the serious business of governance. The first great scandal occurred at Edwig's coronation feast, an event that should have been a joyful celebration of a new reign, but which instead became a source of controversy that would poison relationships between the young king and important churchmen for the rest of his short reign. According to accounts written by ecclesiastical historians, the coronation ceremony itself proceeded normally. Edwig was crowned, probably at Kingston upon Thames, where many West Saxon kings had received their crowns, with the appropriate religious rituals performed, and the assembled nobles offering their oaths of loyalty. Following the ceremony came the Great Feast, a massive celebration where the new king would preside over his nobles, bishops, and other important men, receiving their homage, distributing gifts, demonstrating his generosity and magnificence. This was a crucial ritual of medieval kingship, an opportunity for the new king to show himself as a worthy lord, someone who could be both generous and dignified, someone who understood the responsibilities of his position. But at some point during this feast, and the young king disappeared. He left the hall where the celebration was taking place, abandoning his guests, leaving the bishops and nobles waiting for their king. This was a serious breach of protocol. A king did not simply walk away from his own coronation feast. His presence was the whole point of the gathering. His absence was not just rude, but politically damaging, suggesting he didn't take his new responsibilities seriously, or didn't respect the men who had come to honor him. When Edwig's absence was noticed and began to cause awkwardness, Someone had to be sent to find him and bring him back. The man chosen for this delicate task was Dunstan, who at this time served as Abbot of Glastonbury, one of the most important monastic positions in England. Dunstan was a man of considerable authority in the church and a key figure in the monastic reform movement, someone with the standing to address even a king when the situation required it. What Dunstan reportedly found when he went searching for the absent king would become one of the most notorious stories in Anglo-Saxon history. According to Dunstan's biographer, who wrote only a few decades after these events, the abbot discovered young King Edwig in a private chamber with two women, a mother and her daughter, in what was clearly a compromising situation. The exact nature of what was happening was discreetly not specified in detail, but the implication was clear. The teenage king had abandoned his coronation feast to engage in sexual activities with these two women. The mother was identified as a noblewoman named Ethelgifu, and her daughter was named Elfgifu. These women, or at least the daughter, would play a continuing role in Edwig's life, with some sources suggesting he later married or attempted to marry Elfgifu. Whether the scene Dunstan interrupted was consensual seduction, paid prostitution, or something else entirely, the chroniclers do not make clear. What mattered was that it was completely inappropriate behavior for a king on his coronation day, and it was particularly scandalous for it to involve both a mother and daughter simultaneously. Dunstan, confronted with this scene, reportedly reacted with anger and disgust. According to his biographer, he forcefully insisted that the king return to his feast, essentially dragging or verbally compelling the embarrassed young man back to the hall where his guests waited. End this public humiliation, being found in flagrante, and then forced to return to face the assembled nobility, created lasting enmity between Edwig and Dunstan. Whether this story is entirely accurate, or whether it has been embellished or distorted by ecclesiastical writers who had their own reasons for portraying Edwig negatively, is a matter that historians continue to debate. The account comes from sources sympathetic to Dunstan and hostile to Edwig. It's possible that the reality was less dramatic or scandalous than the story suggests, but something clearly happened at the coronation feast that created serious bad feelings between the new king and important churchmen, because the consequences were real and immediate. Edwig, understandably resentful of Dunstan's presumption in humiliating him, regardless of whether that humiliation was deserved, moved to punish the abbot. Dunstan was stripped of some of Glastonbury's lands, faced accusations and harassment, and ultimately decided or was forced to leave England entirely. Going into exile on the continent, he would spend time at the reformed monastery of St. Peter's in Ghent, in what is now Belgium, observing firsthand the strict Benedictine practices that were being revived there. This exile removed from England one of its most capable and learned churchmen, at a time when the kingdom needed wise counsellors for its young king. But Dunstan was not the only powerful churchman with whom Edwig clashed. Archbishop Odo of Canterbury, the highest-ranking prelate in England, also found himself at odds with the young king over various issues of policy and conduct. The specific details of their disagreements are not recorded, but Odo was another supporter of monastic reform and another man of considerable authority who expected to have significant influence over royal policy, especially regarding the church. Edwig, whether out of youthful arrogance, desire for independence, or simple incompetence, seems to have alienated rather than cultivated these powerful men. The new king's relationship with the church was not his only problem. His appointments and grants of land seemed to favour a new faction of nobles, apparently pushing aside some of the established powerful families who had served under Edred, and this kind of reshuffling of patronage and positions was normal when a new king took power. every ruler wanted to reward his own supporters and create his own power base. But Edwig appears to have handled this process clumsily, creating more enemies than necessary, failing to maintain the balance between different factions that was essential to stable governance. By 957, just 2 years into Edwig's reign, the situation had deteriorated to the point of crisis. The powerful nobles and churchmen of Mercia and Northumbria, the northern kingdoms, decided they had had enough of this king who had alienated the church, who mismanaged appointments, who seemed more interested in his personal pleasures than in effective governance. These northern magnates, many of whom had connections to the monastic reform movement and to the circle around Dunstan, had looked for an alternative to Edwig. They found that alternative in Edgar, Edwig's younger brother, who was now about 14 years old. Edgar had been raised in Mercia, fostered by the powerful Aethelstan half-king, educated by the reforming monk Ethelwald. He had connections in the north, understood Mercian concerns and perspectives, and had been trained in exactly the kind of piety and religious devotion that the northern nobles and churchmen valued. Most importantly, he was not Edwig. The nobles of Mercia and Northumbria took the extraordinary step of renouncing their allegiance to King Edwig and proclaiming Edgar as their king instead. This was rebellion, though whether it was a spontaneous uprising against an incompetent king or a carefully planned coup orchestrated by powerful nobles and churchmen for their own purposes is difficult to determine from the sparse sources. What is clear is that by 957, England was divided. The River Thames became the boundary between the two kingdoms. South of that great waterway, in Wessex and Kent, Edwig remained king, still acknowledged as the legitimate ruler by the nobles of the south. North of the Thames, in Mercia and Northumbria, Edgar was proclaimed king, ruling over territories that included some of England's most important cities and monasteries, the unity that Edgar's grandfather Edward the Elder had fought to achieve, that his uncle Aethelstan had consolidated, that his father Edmund and uncle Edred had worked to maintain, was shattered. For 14-year-old Edgar, this sudden elevation must have been overwhelming. He had been a prince, a younger son with no expectation of ruling, and suddenly he was a king, or at least king of the northern part of England. He had powerful backers who had made this happen, but he also had enormous responsibilities thrust upon young shoulders. He would need to prove himself worthy of the trust these northern nobles had placed in him, to show that he was more capable than his older brother, to govern effectively while still so young himself. One of Edgar's first significant acts as king of the Northerners was to recall Dunstan from his exile. This was both a practical political move and a symbolic statement. By bringing back the churchmen whom Edwig had driven out, and Edgar signalled that he would have a different relationship with the Reform Party than his brother had. He demonstrated respect for the church and for learning. He showed that he would listen to wise counsel rather than alienating capable advisors. Edgar made Dunstan Bishop of Worcester, one of the most important sees in Mercia, giving him both spiritual authority and substantial temporal power through the lands and rights attached to the bishopric. This appointment was richly symbolic. The man Edwig had exiled was now honoured and elevated by Edwig's rival. The churchman, who had humiliated the southern king, now served as counsellor and advisor to the northern king. It signalled that Edgar's court would be a place where reform-minded churchmen were welcome and influential. So the relationship between Edgar and Dunstan that began in 957 would last for the rest of Edgar's life. Dunstan would be more than just a bishop or even an archbishop. He would be Edgar's mentor, his spiritual advisor, his political counsellor, his partner in the great project of reforming English Christianity. The bond between them would shape English history for a generation and create one of the most successful partnerships between church and crown in medieval Europe. the divided kingdom of 957 to 959, is puzzling to historians. How did it function in practice? Did the two brothers maintain diplomatic relations with each other? Or did they act as if the other didn't exist? Were there armed clashes along the Thames border? Or did the division remain peaceful? Did families with estates in both kingdoms have to choose sides? Or could they maintain connections to both courts? The chronicles provide frustratingly little detail about the practical realities of this 2-year division. What we do know is that each brother granted charters, witnessed by their respective nobles and churchmen, governing their portions of the realm as if they were fully independent kings. Edgar's charters from this period survive, showing him making grants of land, confirming privileges, acting with all the authority of a king, even though his writ ran only in the northern territories. Edwig's charters from the same period show him continuing to govern in the south, though presumably with a reduced court and diminished prestige, given that half his kingdom had rejected him. Whether this division would have become permanent is one of history's great what-ifs. Had both brothers lived to old age, would England have split permanently into northern and southern kingdoms, as it had been in earlier centuries? Would Edgar have founded a Mercian dynasty, while Edwig's descendants ruled Wessex? Would the unity achieved by their ancestors have been permanently lost? We will never know, because in October of 959, King Edwig died suddenly. He was probably about 19 years old, having ruled for only 4 years. The cause of his death is not recorded. Medieval chroniclers rarely provided such information, and even when they did, their medical knowledge was too limited for accurate diagnoses to be meaningful. Young people died regularly in the 10th century from diseases, accidents, and conditions that modern medicine could easily treat, but which were mysteries to medieval physicians. Some later historians, particularly those hostile to Edwig, hinted darkly at poison or other foul play, but there is no real evidence for this. It's more likely that Edwig simply fell victim to one of the many diseases that regularly claimed young lives. Perhaps a sudden illness that carried him off quickly. Perhaps a lingering condition that finally proved fatal. Perhaps complications from an injury. Whatever the cause, the effect was dramatic. The boy king, who had divided England through his incompetence, was dead. Edgar, still only about 16 years old, now became king of all England. With his brother dead and no son left to claim Wessex and Kent, Edgar's rule extended over the entire kingdom. The division that had lasted for 2 years was healed, and though, whether through careful negotiation between the brothers' supporters or simply through the happenstance of Edwig's childless death, we cannot determine. What mattered was that England was unified again under a single king, and that king was Edgar. On October 1st, 959, Edgar was acknowledged as king not just of Mercia and Northumbria, but of Wessex, Kent, and all the English peoples. The teenager who had been raised in Mercia, who had unexpectedly become king of the north at 14, who had governed that northern realm for 2 years, now found himself at the head of the entire English kingdom. He would face challenges that would test any king, let alone one so young. But he would rise to meet those challenges in ways that would transform him from a teenage pretender into one of the most successful kings in Anglo-Saxon history. The peaceful reign for which Edgar would be remembered was about to begin, emerging from the chaos and division of his brother's failed kingship. But first, the young king would need to consolidate his position, reconcile the different factions that had supported and opposed his brother, and prove himself worthy of the crown he now wore. In October of 959, when 16-year-old Edgar became king of all England, he faced a daunting array of challenges that would have tested a mature and experienced ruler, much less a teenage king with only 2 years of governing experience, and that only over a portion of the realm. The kingdom he inherited was fractured by the divisions of recent years, with resentment still raw between those who had supported Eadwig and those who had backed Edgar's northern kingship. Regional tensions between Wessex and Mercia, temporarily suppressed under the strong rule of earlier kings but exacerbated by the recent split, needed careful management. The relationship between crown and church required attention after the conflicts of Edwig's reign, and always there was the ever-present threat of Viking raids from across the North Sea, or from Norse strongholds in Ireland and the Western Isles. Edgar's approach to these challenges would demonstrate a political wisdom remarkable in one so young, suggesting either natural talent for governance or exceptionally good counsel from advisors, probably a combination of both. Rather than seeking revenge on those nobles and churchmen who had supported his brother, Edgar worked toward reconciliation and consensus building. Rather than attempting to impose his will through force majeure, he sought to govern through a mixture of firmness and respect for local customs and concerns. Rather than viewing the church as a rival for power and authority, he made support for religious reform a cornerstone of his reign. One of his first priorities was to consolidate his relationship with the Reform Party in the church, the group of monastic leaders who shared his vision of what English Christianity should become. Dunstan, whom Edgar had made Bishop of Worcester during the divided kingdom period, was now elevated even higher. In 959, Edgar promoted him to the bishopric of London, one of the most prestigious sees in England. Then, in 961, when the Archbishopric of Canterbury fell vacant with the death of Archbishop Oda, and Edgar made the decisive move of appointing Dunstan to this highest position in the English Church. This appointment of Dunstan as Archbishop of Canterbury was one of the most consequential decisions of Edgar's reign. It placed his mentor, the man who had educated him in monastic ideals, who had supported his kingship from the beginning, who shared his vision for church reform, at the very pinnacle of English ecclesiastical authority. Dunstan would serve as Archbishop of Canterbury until his death in 988, long outliving Edgar himself, but the partnership between king and archbishop during Edgar's lifetime would be one of the most fruitful collaborations between crown and mitre in medieval English history. But Edgar did not rely solely on Dunstan, as close as their relationship was. He built what would become a triumvirate of powerful churchmen who would lead the reform movement and advise the crown. Alongside Dunstan stood Oswald, who came from a family with strong ecclesiastical connections. His uncle had been Archbishop Oda, the same prelate with whom Edwig had clashed. Oswald had spent time at the great continental monastery of Fleury, absorbing the reformed Benedictine practices that flourished there. Edgar made him Bishop of Worcester, succeeding Dunstan in that position, and later Archbishop of York, giving him authority over the Northern Church. The third member of this triumvirate was Ethelwald, Edgar's childhood tutor at Abingdon, the man who had first instilled in the young prince a love for monasticism and reformed religious life. In 963, Edgar appointed Ethelwald as Bishop of Winchester, arguably the most important bishopric in Wessex, and one of the wealthiest sees in all of England. Winchester was the ancient capital of Wessex, the traditional seat of royal power, home to multiple important churches, including both the Old Minster and New Minster. By placing his old tutor in this position, Edgar ensured that the heart of the West Saxon kingdom would be firmly committed to monastic reform. These three men, Dunstan at Canterbury, Oswald at Worcester and then York, and Ethelwald at Winchester, would become the architects of what historians now call the English Benedictine Reform, one of the most significant religious movements in Anglo-Saxon England. They shared a common vision: to transform English monasticism from the lax, disorganized state into which it had fallen into strict communities following the rule of St. Benedict, replacing secular clergy with properly ordained monks, establishing uniform standards of worship and discipline, and creating monasteries that would serve as centers of learning, art, and spiritual power. The reform these three churchmen championed, with Edgar's unwavering support, drew heavily on continental models. The Rule of St. Benedict, written in the 6th century by an Italian monk, had become the foundational document for Western monasticism. It laid out a detailed plan for monastic life, the hours of prayer, 7 daytime offices plus 1 at night, the governance of the monastery by an abbot, the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, the balance between prayer, work, and study that should characterize a monk's day, and the communal nature of monastic life where monks owned nothing personally but shared everything. On the continent, particularly in monasteries like Cluny in Burgundy, Gorza in Lotharingia, and Fleury on the Loire, this Benedictine rule was being strictly observed, creating communities of remarkable spiritual discipline and cultural achievement. English monasticism, by contrast, had largely collapsed during the Viking invasions of the 9th century. Many monasteries had been destroyed, their monks killed or scattered, their libraries burned, their traditions lost. King Alfred the Great had begun the work of restoration in the late 9th century, but the revival had been incomplete and often superficial. By Edgar's time, many English religious houses were staffed not by monks at all, but by communities of secular clergy, priests and clerics who were not monks, who had not taken monastic vows, who might marry and have families, who owned property personally, and who lived comfortable lives far removed from Benedictine austerity. These secular clerks often came from local noble families, with church positions passed down from generation to generation, providing comfortable income and respectable status without requiring the sacrifices demanded by strict monasticism. The reformers viewed this situation as intolerable. In their eyes, these secular clerks were not true religious at all, but were merely exploiting church offices for personal benefit. They weren't following any recognized rule of religious life. They weren't maintaining the high standards of worship, learning, and discipline that should characterize those who dedicated themselves to God's service. They represented a degraded, corrupted form of Christianity that needed to be swept away and replaced with authentic Benedictine monasticism. Edgar threw the full weight of royal authority behind this controversial vision. Beginning in 963, when Ethelwald became Bishop of Winchester, the reform movement entered its most aggressive phase. With the king's backing, Ethelwald expelled the secular clergy from both the Old Minster and New Minster at Winchester, 2 of the most important churches in all of England, and replaced them with reformed monks following strict Benedictine discipline. This expulsion was dramatic and unprecedented. The secular clerks who had served these churches, some of whose families had held positions there for generations, were forcibly removed from their livings. They lost not just their jobs, but their entire way of life, their social status, their connection to institutions their ancestors had served. Many of these expelled clerks were local men of good family, with connections throughout the Winchester community. Their relatives and supporters were outraged at what they saw as an arbitrary and unjust seizure of positions and property. The king had to use force to accomplish this transformation. According to later accounts, armed men had to be deployed to physically remove the resistant clerks and protect the incoming monks from violence. The confiscated wealth and properties of the secular clergy, the comfortable houses they had lived in, the estates that provided their income, and the vestments and books and treasures they had accumulated, were transferred to the new monastic communities. This was not a gentle reformation, but a revolution imposed from above through royal power. What made Ethelwald's actions particularly controversial was that he wasn't content with reforming just monasteries, but extended his reforms even to cathedral churches. On the continent, the general practice was that monasteries had monks, while cathedrals had secular canons, non-monastic clergy who served the bishop and maintained the cathedral's worship and administration. But Ethelwald rejected this distinction. He installed monks in the Old Minster at Winchester, which was Winchester's cathedral, creating a unique situation where the cathedral itself became a monastery, and the bishop was also in effect an abbot. Dunstan and Oswald, and though they supported monastic reform generally, were more moderate than Ethelwald in their approach. Both had spent time on the continent and understood continental practice better than Ethelwald, who had never travelled abroad. They were more cautious about expelling secular clergy from cathedrals, more willing to allow different forms of religious life to coexist. But with the king's firm backing for the more radical approach, even the moderate reformers went along with the programme. The expulsions at Winchester set a pattern that would be repeated across England during Edgar's reign. Monastery after monastery was either newly founded or reformed, with secular clergy replaced by Benedictine monks. Old monasteries that had been destroyed by Vikings and abandoned for generations were restored, and their lands recovered from those who had occupied them. New buildings constructed, and new communities of monks installed. In some cases, the transformation was voluntary, with secular clerks agreeing to become monks or peacefully departing to make way for monastic communities. In other cases, it required force, with armed men ensuring compliance. The resistance to these reforms sometimes turned violent. In parts of Mercia, particularly in areas where ealdormen, Elfhere held sway, there was what later chroniclers would call an anti-monastic reaction. Monasteries that had been recently reformed found themselves attacked by armed bands. Monks were driven out, sometimes violently. Properties that had been granted to monasteries were seized by nobles claiming they had been unjustly taken. Whether this represented genuine ideological opposition to monasticism or simply opportunistic land grabbing by nobles seeking to recover estates they had lost, is debated by historians. Elfhere, the powerful ealdorman of Mercia, features prominently in accounts of these attacks on monasteries. He's often portrayed as a leader of the anti-reform faction, someone hostile to the monastic movement that Edgar supported. However, the reality was more complex. Elfhere also appears as a benefactor to some monasteries, protecting certain houses even while opposing others. His actions seem to have been driven by personal and political calculations, which monasteries were allied with his rivals, which were allied with him, which properties he wanted, rather than by consistent opposition to monasticism as such. In East Anglia, ealdorman Ethelwine, son of Ethelstan half-king, Edgar's foster father, defended the monasteries in his region and is often portrayed as a champion of reform. But he too acted selectively, seizing some monastic properties for himself, even while protecting others. The pro-reform and anti-reform factions were not simple parties, but complex networks of personal loyalties, family alliances, and regional interests, where monasticism was as much a marker of factional identity as it was a matter of genuine religious conviction. Edgar navigated these complicated waters with considerable skill. He supported the reform movement consistently but not blindly. He used royal force when necessary to protect newly reformed monasteries from attacks, but he also respected regional power structures and maintained working relationships even with nobles like Elfhere, who resisted aspects of the reform. He enriched favoured monasteries with royal grants of land, while also maintaining sufficient resources to reward loyal nobles and sustain the royal household. he balanced the competing demands of church and nobility in ways that maintained both the reform momentum and political stability. The scale of monastic foundation and reform during Edgar's reign was remarkable. Later chroniclers, admittedly writing with the benefit of hindsight, and perhaps exaggerating for effect, claimed that during the reigns of Edgar and his sons, approximately 40 monasteries for men were founded or reformed. These included some of England's most famous religious houses: Glastonbury, where Dunstan had been abbot; Abingdon, where Ethelwald had taught the young Edgar; Westminster, which would later become the Coronation Church of English kings; Ely, rising from the Fenland marshes; Peterborough, restored after centuries of abandonment; Ramsey, newly founded by Oswald, and many others scattered across Wessex, Mercia, and even parts of Northumbria. Additionally, several nunneries were founded or reformed, though fewer than male monasteries and generally receiving less attention in the chronicles. Edgar's queens took particular interest in these communities of religious women, exercising a kind of patronage and protection over them. This became formalized in the Regularis Concordia, the monastic rule document created later in Edgar's reign, which explicitly gave queens responsibility for oversight of nunneries, a rare formal recognition of queenly authority in this period. Each of these reformed monasteries received endowments of land from the king, from nobles allied with the Reform Party, or from wealthy individuals seeking spiritual benefit from supporting monks. These lands provided the income necessary to feed, clothe, and house communities that might number dozens of monks, to maintain church buildings, to support scriptoria where manuscripts were copied, to fund schools where young oblates were educated, and to provide the liturgical vessels, vestments, and other materials necessary for proper worship. The cumulative effect of these grants was to make the reformed monasteries collectively among the wealthiest landholders in England. By the end of Edgar's reign, the major reformed houses controlled vast estates, commanded the labour of thousands of tenants and workers, and wielded considerable economic and political power. This accumulation of monastic wealth would create problems in the future, particularly after Edgar's death, when nobles sought to reclaim lands they felt had been unjustly taken. But during Edgar's lifetime, the flow of resources to reformed monasteries represented a deliberate royal policy of empowering institutions that would support the crown and maintain cultural and religious standards. The monasteries Edgar enriched and protected became more than just religious institutions. They served as administrative centers where educated monks could draft royal charters, keep records, and handle the literate work necessary for governance. They served as educational institutions, training the next generation of clergy and providing the only formal schooling available in Anglo-Saxon England. They served as centers of art and culture, with scriptoria producing illuminated manuscripts of breathtaking beauty, workshops creating vessels and vestments for liturgical use, and communities preserving and copying the texts, both sacred and secular, that contained the knowledge of the age. One of the most famous products of this monastic revival was the Benedictional of St. Ethelwald, a liturgical book containing blessings for use by bishops, created at Winchester between 971 and 984. This manuscript represents the height of Anglo-Saxon artistic achievement, with full-page illuminations depicting biblical scenes rendered in brilliant colors and gold, and with elaborate interlaced borders drawing on both Germanic and Mediterranean artistic traditions, with figural work showing continental influences blended with native English styles. This single book, created in a reformed monastery with royal patronage, demonstrates the cultural flowering that monastic reform made possible. The reformed monasteries also produce literature in Old English, making religious knowledge accessible to lay people who who might not read Latin. Elfric of Eynsham, trained in the reformed house at Winchester under Ethelwald, became one of the greatest prose writers in Old English. His homilies, sermons explaining scripture and church teachings, were written in clear, elegant English prose that remains readable even today. His translations of parts of the Bible made scripture directly accessible to English speakers. His educational works, including a Latin grammar written in English, helped train students. All of this literary production, which would be so important for the development of English as a written language, grew out of the monastic reform movement Edgar supported. The music of the reformed monasteries also deserves mention. The Benedictine liturgy required that monks sing the 7 daily offices plus the night office, spending hours each day in communal chant. The reformed English monasteries developed their own traditions of liturgical music, blending Roman chant with native English musical elements. The sound of dozens of monks' voices raised in harmonized plain chant, echoing through the stone vaults of monastery churches, must have been one of the most impressive experiences available in Anglo-Saxon England. A foretaste of heaven, as contemporaries described it, where the prayers of the monks rose like incense to God's throne. But the monastic reform movement was not just about religion, learning and culture. It was also deeply political. By creating a network of monasteries that owed their existence or reformation to royal patronage, Edgar built a constituency with every reason to support the crown. By placing his appointees as abbots of key monasteries, he extended royal influence into regions where direct governance was difficult. By making monastic reform a central purpose of his kingship, he created an ideology that justified royal authority as exercised in partnership with the Church for the spiritual benefit of the realm, and the reformers developed a sophisticated theology of Christian kingship that served Edgar's political purposes while also reflecting genuine religious conviction. They taught that a king was not just a secular ruler, but God's anointed representative, responsible for the spiritual welfare of his people, as well as their material security. They taught that supporting monasticism was a sacred duty of kingship, that kings who protected monks stored up treasure in heaven, while also strengthening their realms on earth. They taught that the prayers of monks, ascending to God day and night, were a kind of spiritual defense system, protecting the kingdom from enemies both visible and invisible. This ideology made opposition to Edgar's monastic policies tantamount to opposition to God's will. It sacralized the king's authority and made resistance to royal religious policies not just politically unwise, but spiritually dangerous. It created a powerful justification for Edgar's rule that went beyond mere military might or inherited right to a divinely ordained mission to reform English Christianity. At the same time, Edgar's support for monastic reform was clearly more than just cynical political calculation. All the evidence suggests he was genuinely pious, genuinely committed to the ideals Ethelwald had taught him in his youth, genuinely convinced that supporting reformed monasticism was pleasing to God and beneficial for his kingdom. His consistent support for the reform through the difficulties and controversies it generated, his personal interventions to protect threatened monasteries, his generous grants from royal resources, his close personal relationships with Dunstan, Ethelwald, and Oswald, all of this suggests authentic religious devotion rather than mere political manipulation. The young king, who had come to power at 16, who had inherited a fractured kingdom and faced enormous challenges, was building something remarkable. Through his support for monastic reform, he was creating not just religious institutions, but centers of learning and culture. Through his partnership with Dunstan, Ethelwald, and Oswald, he was establishing a model of church-state cooperation that would influence English governance for centuries. through the careful balance he maintained between supporting reform and managing political realities, he was demonstrating a wisdom that belied his youth. And this was just one aspect of Edgar's reign. While managing the monastic reform, navigating the complex politics it generated, and building his partnership with key churchmen, the young king also had to attend to the countless other responsibilities of governance, maintaining defences against Viking threats, administering justice, managing royal finances, overseeing the complex system of shires and hundreds through which local governance functioned, maintaining relationships with powerful nobles, and dealing with the diplomatic challenges posed by neighbouring kingdoms in Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. That Edgar managed all of this while still in his teens and early 20s, emerging not as an overwhelmed child king, but as an increasingly confident and effective ruler, speaks to remarkable personal qualities, whether innate talent, exceptional education, wise counsel, fortunate circumstances, or most likely some combination of all these factors. The boy, who had been orphaned at 3, fostered in Mercia, unexpectedly made King of the North at 14, and elevated to rule all England at 16, was growing into his kingship in ways that would earn him lasting fame as Edgar the Peaceful. But his reign was not without shadows. Even as Edgar built his partnership with the church and supported religious reform, his personal life was becoming increasingly complicated in ways that would test his relationship with his ecclesiastical advisors and create problems for the succession that would haunt England after his death. The peaceful king's private life was considerably less peaceful than his public reign, involving romantic entanglements, sexual scandals, and murky stories of violence that would complicate the image of the pious Christian monarch he sought to project. Perfect boss, a main remaining script complete cartoon with full details. While Edgar was building his reputation as a pious supporter of monastic reform and an effective young ruler, his personal life was taking turns that would create scandals, require ecclesiastical penance, and ultimately complicate his succession in ways that would prove disastrous after his death. The young king, who championed celibate monks living under strict discipline, did not always apply such discipline to his own romantic and sexual life. His relationships with women would produce 3 children by 3 different mothers, generate stories that medieval chroniclers found both fascinating and troubling, and create a complex family situation that would explode into violence after his death. Edgar's first significant romantic relationship was with a young woman named Ethelfled. Later chroniclers would give her the nickname or additional name Enida, which some sources translate as White Duck, perhaps a reference to her fair complexion, or to some other characteristic now lost to us. She was the daughter of a nobleman named Ordmer, about whom unfortunately little is known with certainty. No contemporary charters or documents survive that identify this Ordmer with any of the several men bearing that name who appear in 10th century records, leaving historians uncertain about exactly which family Ethelfled came from. However, there are hints that Ordmer may have had connections to the household of Ethelstan Half-King, Edgar's foster father during his Mercian childhood. The Liber Eliensis, a later chronicle from Ely Abbey, mentions a Vir Potens, powerful man, named Ordmer, who exchanged lands with Ethelstan Half-King and his wife. If this was the same Ordmer, then Ethelfled would have come from a family Edgar had known during his formative years in Mercia, which would make their relationship a natural development rather than a chance encounter. The relationship between Edgar and Ethelfled began sometime around 960 or 961, when Edgar was approximately 17 or 18 years old and had been king of all England for only a year or 2. At this age, it would have been entirely appropriate for the young king to marry and begin producing heirs to secure the succession. a king needed sons to follow him on the throne. And Edgar had reached the age when medieval men typically took wives and started families. Whether Edgar and Ethelfled were formally married according to the customs and requirements of the time is one of the enduring mysteries of this relationship. Some historians argue that they were properly wed, pointing to evidence that their son Edward was later considered legitimate enough to succeed to the throne with the support of Archbishop Dunstan himself, who surely would not have backed an obvious bastard. Others suggest the relationship may have been less formal, perhaps a handfast marriage, a traditional form of union that did not require church ceremony, or possibly even a liaison without any formal marriage at all. The evidence is conflicting and has been interpreted in various ways. A charter from 966, issued during Edgar's reign, and describes Edgar's son Edmund, from his later marriage to Elfrith, as the king's legitimate son, legitimus filius, while describing Edward as begotten by the same king, eodem rege clito procreatus, without using the word legitimate. This distinction in terminology has led some scholars to conclude that Edward's status was questionable, that his mother, Ethelfled, may not have been properly married to Edgar, and that this created complications for his claim to the throne. However, other scholars point out that this charter was issued at Winchester and probably drafted by scribes working for Bishop Ethelwald, who was a close ally of Edgar's later wife Elfrith and her son Edmund. It may have been these ecclesiastical writers, acting on behalf of Elfrith's interests, who chose to emphasize Edmund's legitimacy while casting subtle doubt on Edward's status, rather than reflecting Edgar's own view of the matter. The fact that Edward was chosen to succeed his father, with Dunstan's support no less, suggests that whatever irregularity there may have been in his parents' relationship, it was not considered disqualifying by the most important churchmen in England. Regardless of the formal status of Edgar and Ethelfled's relationship, it produced a son named Edward, probably born around 962. This boy would grow up at court, recognized as the king's son, eventually witnessing royal charters and participating in the ceremonial life of the kingdom. He would be raised with the expectation that he might someday inherit the throne, educated in the skills a prince would need. I'm introduced to the nobles and churchmen who would be his father's subjects and might someday be his own. But Ethelfled would not live to see her son grow to manhood, or to see whether he would indeed become king. She died young, probably sometime around 962 or 963, when Edward was still an infant or toddler. The cause of her death is not recorded. It might have been complications from childbirth, either Edward's birth or a subsequent pregnancy. It might have been one of the many diseases that claimed young lives in this era, or it might have been any number of other causes. What mattered for Edgar and for young Edward was that the boy's mother was gone, leaving him to be raised by nurses and tutors in the royal household, growing up without maternal care. For Edgar, Ethelfled's death left him a widower, if they were married, or at least without the partner who had been his first significant romantic relationship. He was still very young, probably only about 20 years old, and it would have been natural and expected for him to seek another relationship. A king needed a queen, needed more heirs to secure the succession, since infant mortality was high and having only one son was dangerous, and personally would likely want the companionship and comfort of a romantic partner. But the next romantic entanglement Edgar entered into would create one of the biggest scandals of his reign, requiring penance imposed by Archbishop Dunstan himself, and generating stories that later chroniclers found both shocking and fascinating. And this scandal involved a young woman named Wulfrith, and raised questions about whether Edgar had abducted and seduced a nun, whether he had abused his royal power to satisfy his lusts, and whether the pious king who supported celibate monasticism was a hypocrite whose private conduct contradicted his public policies. Wulfthryth was a young woman residing at Wilton Abbey, one of the most prestigious nunneries in England, located in Wiltshire. Wilton had been founded in the early 9th century and had survived the Viking invasions that destroyed so many religious houses. It was a community of noble women, many of them from the highest families of Wessex, living a religious life under the guidance of an abbess. Young girls from aristocratic families were often sent to Wilton to be educated, even if they did not intend to become nuns. It was a respected place where they could learn literacy, needlework, music, and the other accomplishments expected of noble women, while also receiving religious instruction. The exact circumstances of how Edgar and Wulfthryth met, and what the nature of their initial relationship was, remain murky, because different sources tell somewhat different stories. The fullest account comes from a hagiographer named Gosselin, who wrote in the late 11th century, more than 100 years after the events he described, and who was writing specifically to promote the sanctity of Wulfthryth and her daughter. His account must therefore be read with some caution, as he had religious and political reasons to shape the story in particular ways. According to Gosselin, Edgar had actually become interested in a different young woman at Wilton, a cousin of Wulfthryth named Wulfhild. This Wulfhild was reportedly very beautiful, and Edgar determined that he wanted to marry her. He visited Wilton and made his interest in Wulfhild clear. However, Wulfhild, according to Gosselin's account, rejected the king's advances, declaring that she had dedicated herself to God and intended to become a nun, rather than a queen. Despite Edgar's persistence and his attempts to persuade her, Wulfhild remained firm in her religious vocation. Edgar, frustrated by Wulfhild's rejection, but still attracted to the women of Wilton, then turned his attention to Wulfthryth instead. According to various sources, Edgar either persuaded Wulfthryth to leave Wilton voluntarily to become his companion, or he forcibly removed her from the abbey against her will. The accounts differ, and it's possible that the truth was somewhere in between, with Wulfthryth subjected to the kind of royal pressure that made genuine consent difficult, even if she wasn't literally dragged away by force. What is clear is that Wulfthryth left Wilton and entered into a relationship with Edgar that lasted at least long enough to produce a daughter. This daughter, named Edith, or Edgith in Old English, was born around 963. The birth of this child created the scandal that would require Archbishop Dunstan's intervention and would cast a shadow over Edgar's reputation for piety. The problem was that it was unclear whether Wulfthryth had actually taken formal vows as a nun before her relationship with Edgar began. If she was merely a student or resident at Wilton, being educated there but not yet formally professed as a nun, then Edgar's relationship with her, while perhaps morally questionable given the circumstances, would not have been the sacrilege of seducing a woman who had taken vows to God. But if she had already made formal vows of chastity in religious life, then Edgar had essentially abducted a bride of Christ, violated a sacred vow, and committed a sin of extraordinary gravity. Different sources give different impressions on this crucial question. Some suggest Wulfthryth had not yet taken final vows, that she was still in a kind of probationary period, which would make Edgar's actions less scandalous, though still problematic given the power dynamics involved. Others, particularly Osborne of Canterbury, writing in the late 11th century, explicitly describe Wulfthryth as a nun whom Edgar seduced, which would make this an act of sacrilege. What seems most likely is that Wulfthryth was at Wilton for education and was considering taking vows, but had not yet made final profession. She was in that ambiguous state between being a secular woman and being a fully professed nun. Edgar's relationship with her was thus scandalous, but perhaps not technically sacrilegious. However, the mere fact that he had taken a woman from a nunnery, that he had used his royal power to remove someone from a religious house for his own romantic purposes, was troubling enough to require response from church authorities. Archbishop Dunstan, though he was Edgar's close friend and political ally, could not ignore such a scandal. Despite the king's youth and despite their personal relationship, Dunstan imposed a significant penance on Edgar for this transgression. The penance he decreed was both public and prolonged. For 7 years, Edgar was not to wear his crown. This was an extraordinary punishment that affected the king's ability to participate fully in the ceremonial aspects of kingship, that publicly acknowledged his wrongdoing, and that demonstrated that even a king was subject to church discipline when he violated moral and religious norms. Whether Edgar faithfully observed this entire 7-year period of penance is unclear. If the relationship with Wulfthryth and the birth of Edith occurred around 963, then 7 years would extend to 970. Some historians have suggested that this penance is connected to the unusual delay in Edgar's coronation, on which would not take place until 973. Perhaps the king could not be properly crowned while under penance. However, this timeline doesn't quite work if the penance ended in 970, but the coronation wasn't until 973, leaving a 3-year gap that this explanation doesn't account for. Whatever the exact details of the penance and how fully Edgar observed it, what is clear is that the Wulfthryth scandal marked the king's reputation. Even his supporters and the ecclesiastical chroniclers, who generally praised him, could not entirely ignore or excuse this episode. It showed that the pious king, who supported strict monastic discipline, who championed celibate religious communities, who presented himself as a devout Christian monarch, was capable of using his power in morally questionable ways when it came to his own desires. The aftermath of the relationship was complex. Wulfthryth and her daughter Edith returned to Wilton Abbey, where Wulfthryth eventually took formal vows and rose to become abbess of the community. Little Edith was raised in the nunnery, educated by the finest teachers available, growing up in the religious life from her earliest years. Both mother and daughter would later be venerated as saints, with Edith in particular developing a significant cult. After her early death in the 980s, Edgar maintained his connection with his daughter Edith throughout his life, visiting her at Wilton, taking interest in her education, even bringing in scholars from the continent to ensure she received the best instruction available. He employed a Lotharingian scholar named Radbod of Rheims and an artist named Benna of Trier to work on Edith's education, as showing that he was willing to spare no expense to provide for this daughter, even though she would never play a role in royal succession or politics, having been dedicated to religious life from infancy. The young Princess Edith showed remarkable piety from an early age, embracing the religious life with apparent genuine devotion. She was said to be beautiful, learned, and exceptionally holy, refusing even to speak to men unless necessary, spending long hours in prayer, and living with a simplicity and austerity that went beyond what the rule required. Her father loved her dearly and was reportedly moved to tears when visiting her at Wilton, seeing how completely she had dedicated herself to God. After Edgar's death, when Edith was still a young woman, probably in her early 20s, she died. The exact cause is not recorded, but she was remembered as dying peacefully in her cell at Wilton. Almost immediately, miracles were reported at her tomb. People claimed to receive healings, to have visions, to experience divine favor through her intercession. A cult developed rapidly, promoted by the Wilton community and accepted by the wider church. Edith was formally recognized as a saint, with her feast day celebrated on September 16th. The hagiographer Gosselin the same writer who told the story of Edgar and Wulfthryth, also wrote a life of Saint Edith, portraying her as a model of virgin sanctity, the holy flower that grew from the scandalous relationship between king and nun. In his telling, Edith's exceptional holiness retroactively justified, or at least redeemed, her mother's relationship with Edgar. God had allowed the scandal to occur so that this particular saint could come into existence. This kind of theological reasoning was typical of hagiography, but it also reflected a genuine belief that Edith's sanctity was evident and remarkable. Following the Wulfthryth scandal and the birth of Edith, Edgar apparently took stock of his personal life and determined that he needed to enter into a more conventional and appropriate relationship. He was now in his early 20s, had been king for several years, had one acknowledged son by Ethelflaed and one daughter by Wulfthryth, and needed to establish a proper royal marriage that could provide more heirs and give him a queen who could participate fully in the ceremonial and political life of the kingdom. Around 964 or 965, Edgar's attention turned to a woman named Elfthryth, who would become his wife, his crowned queen, the mother of his younger sons, and one of the most powerful and controversial women in Anglo-Saxon England. But Elfthryth was not an unmarried maiden waiting to be courted by a king. She was already married to a nobleman named Ethelwald, who held the important position of Ealdorman of East Anglia, and who had, significantly, been raised in the same household as Edgar. They were foster brothers, having both been brought up in the family of Ethelstan, half-king. How Edgar and Elfthryth came together, and what happened to her first husband Ethelwald, became the subject of one of the most famous and dramatic legends in Anglo-Saxon history. The story was told by later medieval chroniclers, particularly William of Malmesbury in the 12th century, and Geoffrey Gaymer in his Anglo-Norman Chronicle, and it involves deceit, betrayal, passion, and murder. How much of the story is historical fact, and how much is romantic embellishment added by later writers is impossible to determine with certainty. But the legend became so famous that it shaped how later generations remembered Edgar. According to the legend, King Edgar heard reports of a woman in Devon named Elfthryth, daughter of Ordgar, the powerful ealdorman of that southwestern region, who was said to be exceptionally beautiful. Edgar, intrigued by these descriptions of her beauty and interested in the political advantages of a connection to the powerful Ordgar family, decided he wanted to see this woman for himself to determine if she would make a suitable wife for a king. However, rather than travelling to Devon personally, Edgar sent someone to evaluate Elfthryth on his behalf. The man he chose for this mission was Ethelwald, his foster brother, who was ealdorman of East Anglia. Edgar's instructions, according to the legend, were clear. Ethelwald was to visit Ordgar's household, see Elfthryth, and report back honestly about whether her beauty was as remarkable as rumour suggested, if she was truly as beautiful as described, if she seemed of suitable character and family to be a queen. Edgar would pursue marriage. If not, the king would look elsewhere. And Ethelwald travelled to Devon as instructed and met Elfthryth, and when he saw her, according to the legend, he was immediately smitten. She was, apparently, every bit as beautiful as the reports had claimed, and Ethelwald found himself overwhelmed with desire for her, faced with a choice between his duty to his king and foster brother and his own passionate attraction to this woman. Ethelwald chose passion over duty. He sent a message back to Edgar reporting that, while Elfthryth was of good family and suitable in other respects, she was not particularly beautiful. The descriptions of her appearance had been exaggerated, Ethelwald claimed. She would not be an appropriate wife for a king who needed a queen, who would impress all who saw her. Edgar should look elsewhere for a bride, Ethelwald advised. while he himself would be willing to take this adequate but unexceptional woman as his own wife if the king approved. Edgar, trusting his foster brother's report, gave his blessing for Ethelwald to marry Elfrith. The wedding took place, and Ethelwald brought his new bride back to East Anglia, where they settled into married life. For a time, Ethelwald's deception went undiscovered. Edgar moved on with other matters, never suspecting that his foster brother had lied to him and stolen the woman who might have been his queen. But eventually, as these things do, the truth came out. Perhaps someone who had seen Elfrith told the king that the ealdorman's wife was actually extraordinarily beautiful, contradicting Ethelwald's report. Perhaps Edgar heard gossip suggesting that Ethelwald had deliberately misled him. And perhaps there were political rivals of Ethelwald who used knowledge of his deception as a weapon against him. However, Edgar discovered the truth. The discovery must have been both a revelation and a profound betrayal. His foster brother, someone he had grown up with, someone he had trusted with a delicate diplomatic mission, had lied to him, manipulated him, and stolen a woman Edgar had been considering as a potential bride. This was a betrayal of personal friendship, a violation of the trust between foster brothers, a demonstration of disloyalty that struck at the heart of the bonds that held Anglo-Saxon society together. In a culture where trust between warriors and nobles was fundamental, where foster kinship created obligations as strong as blood kinship, Ethelwald's betrayal was devastating. According to the legend, the Edgar decided he needed to see Elfrith for himself, to verify whether she was truly as beautiful as he now heard, and perhaps to decide what action to take regarding Ethelwald's betrayal. He announced that he would visit Ethelwald's estate in East Anglia, ostensibly as a courtesy visit to his foster brother, but really to evaluate the situation and confront the ealdorman. When Ethelwald received word that the king was coming to visit, he panicked. He knew that if Edgar saw Elfrith, the king would realize how beautiful she actually was, how thoroughly Ethelwald had lied, and what a betrayal the ealdorman had committed. Desperate to prevent discovery, Ethelwald supposedly approached Elfrith and begged her to make herself as plain as possible for the king's visit. She should wear her oldest clothes, avoid any adornments or cosmetics, arrange her hair unfashionably, do anything she could to appear unattractive when Edgar saw her. But Elfrith, according to the legend, did exactly the opposite. Whether she was offended by her husband's request, whether she had her own ambitions to be queen, whether she resented being hidden away as if she were shameful, or whether she simply wanted the truth to be known, Elfrith prepared herself carefully for Edgar's visit. She dressed in her finest clothes, adorned herself beautifully, and presented herself to the king looking every inch the noblewoman she was. When Edgar saw her, he immediately understood the full extent of Ethelwald's betrayal. This woman was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, more than worthy of being a queen, and Ethelwald had not only lied about her appearance, but had married her himself, effectively stealing from the king a potential bride. Edgar's reaction, according to the legend, was controlled in public, but furious in private. He gave no immediate sign of his anger, behaving courteously toward both Ethelwald and Elfrith during his visit. But he was planning revenge. Sometime after this visit, Edgar invited Ethelwald to join him on a hunting expedition in the forest near Longparish in Hampshire. Hunting was a common activity for medieval kings and nobles, a way to demonstrate martial prowess, to bond with companions, to provision the royal household with game, and to enjoy the pleasures of the chase through forests and fields. Ethelwald, not suspecting any danger, or perhaps feeling he had no choice but to accept the royal invitation, agreed to come on the hunt. What happened next, according to the most dramatic version of the legend, was murder. During the hunt, in the confusion of the chase through the forest, Edgar's javelin found not a deer or boar, but Ethelwald's back. The ealdorman was struck down, killed either by the king's own hand or by someone acting on Edgar's orders. The death was made to look like a hunting accident. Those who witnessed it could claim the king had been aiming at game and his weapon had struck Ethelwald by mistake, or that someone else had loosed the fatal shot. But the real cause, according to the legend, was Edgar's deliberate revenge on the foster brother who had betrayed him. With Ethelwald conveniently dead, the way was clear for Edgar to marry the widow. After a suitable period of mourning, Edgar and Elfrith were wed, probably sometime in late 964 or 965. She became his queen, her moving from being the wife of an ealdorman to being wife of the king, assuming the highest position any English noblewoman could reach. Whether she felt guilt over her first husband's death, whether she had actively cooperated in Edgar's plans, or whether she was simply a passive object of the men's conflicts, the sources do not clearly indicate. How much of this dramatic story is true? Modern historians are deeply skeptical of the more sensational elements, particularly the hunting accident that was really murder. The story first appears in sources written more than a century after the events, by writers who had their own reasons for portraying Edgar negatively, or for creating a dramatic narrative that would interest their audiences. William of Malmesbury, who recorded the fullest version of the story in the 12th century, and himself expressed some reservations about its accuracy, acknowledging that it might be merely gossip or legend rather than established fact. What can be confirmed from more reliable sources is that Ethelwald was indeed married to Elfrith, that he was indeed ealdorman of East Anglia, that he did die in 964, and that Edgar did marry his widow Elfrith shortly thereafter. A place called Dead Man's Plaque, near Long Parish in Hampshire, has traditionally been identified as the site where Ethelwald was killed, and in 1825 a stone cross was erected there commemorating the event. Though this Victorian monument was based on the medieval legend, rather than on any contemporary evidence, the truth may be more mundane than the legend. Ethelwald might have died in a genuine hunting accident. Such deaths were not uncommon in an age when men regularly pursued dangerous game through forests with primitive weapons. Or he might have died from disease or some other cause, with the hunting story being invented later to provide a more dramatic explanation. Edgar may have met Elfrith after Ethelwald's death and married her for perfectly normal political and personal reasons, without any complicated backstory of betrayal and revenge. But whether the dramatic legend is true or false, what matters for Edgar's biography is that he did marry Elfrith, that she became his queen, and that their relationship would prove to be politically significant and personally fruitful, producing two sons who would complicate the succession after Edgar's death. Elfrith was not just beautiful, but also intelligent, politically astute, and ambitious. She came from a powerful family. Her father Ordgar was ealdorman of Devon, controlling that southwestern region and commanding the loyalty of numerous lesser nobles. Through her mother, Elfrith had connections to the royal house of Wessex itself, making her blood suitable for a queen. She brought with her not just her own person, but a network of family alliances that strengthened Edgar's position in the southwest. More significantly, Elfrith would become a queen of unprecedented authority and visibility in English politics, unlike earlier queens who had been referred to simply as the king's wife, and who played relatively limited public roles. Elfrith would witness royal charters alongside her husband, and would be described as the king's legitimate wife in official documents, would exercise influence over ecclesiastical appointments and monastic policy, would intervene in legal disputes, and would eventually be crowned and anointed as queen in a ceremony that gave her sacred status equal to that of a crowned king. In 966, Elfrith gave birth to her first child with Edgar, a son named Edmund. This boy was welcomed with great celebration. He was the legitimate son of the crowned king and his recognized queen, with no questions about his status, such as had clouded Edward's position. A great christening ceremony was held at Winchester, attended by Edgar's extended family and the leading nobles of the realm. The charter issued at this christening, which has survived, describes Edmund as Edgar's legitimate son, legitimus filius, it using terminology that drew a distinction between Edmund and the older Edward, who was merely described as begotten by the king. This distinction in the charter has troubled historians and has led to speculation about whether Edgar intended to favour Edmund over Edward in the succession, whether he viewed Edward as somehow less legitimate despite having accepted him as his son, or whether the distinction was the work of Ethelwald of Winchester and Elfrith's other supporters, trying to advance Edmund's claim. The fact that Archbishop Dunstan, who would later support Edward's succession, may not have been involved in drafting this charter, suggests it reflected the interests of a particular faction at court, rather than universal agreement about the two boys' relative status. Sadly, a young Edmund would not live to make any claim to the throne himself. He died while still a child, probably around 970 or 971, when he was only 4 or 5 years old. The cause of his death is not recorded. Childhood mortality was devastatingly high in the medieval world, with approximately 1/3 of children dying before reaching adulthood. Edmund might have succumbed to one of the childhood diseases that regularly swept through populations, to an accident, to a sudden illness, or to any number of causes that are now lost to history. He was buried at Romsey Abbey, and his brief life was mourned by parents who had surely hoped to see him grow to manhood and perhaps kingship. But Elfrith would give Edgar another son to replace the one they had lost. Around 968, she bore a second boy, who was named Ethelred, and this child would survive to adulthood and would eventually become king, though under circumstances and with consequences that no one could have predicted during his peaceful childhood. As a boy, Ethelred witnessed charters alongside his father, and older half-brother Edward was educated by the finest tutors available and prepared for a future that might involve supporting his brother's kingship, or, if Edward died without heirs, inheriting the throne himself. Edgar's family situation by the end of the 960s was thus complex. He had 3 surviving children by 3 different mothers. Edward, about 7 or 8 years old, born of his relationship with Ethelfled. Edith, about 5 or 6, born of his liaison with Wulfrith and living as a religious at Wilton. And Ethelred, an infant or toddler, born of his marriage to Elfrith. And Edward was recognized as the king's eldest son and probable heir. Edith, as a woman dedicated to religious life, would play no role in politics or succession. And Ethelred, as the son of the crown queen, had his own claim and his own faction of supporters who believed he should take precedence over his older half-brother. This complicated family situation, with 2 potential heirs from different mothers and different factions supporting each, contained within it the seeds of future disaster. As long as Edgar lived, as long as his strong hand could maintain peace between competing factions and force rivals to cooperate, the situation remained manageable. But if Edgar were to die while his sons were still children, if there were to be a regency with different factions competing for control of the young king, the result could be chaos. This potential for disaster was inherent in the structure Edgar had created through his multiple relationships and the different children they produced. But in the late 960s and early 970s, as Edgar entered his late 20s and his reign reached its maturity, such concerns probably seemed distant. The king was young and healthy, with many years of rule presumably ahead of him. His complicated personal life was behind him. He had settled into what appeared to be a stable marriage with Elfrith, with no new romantic scandals emerging to trouble the court. His sons were being raised and educated appropriately for their stations. All seemed well in the royal family, even if the underlying tensions were there for anyone who looked carefully. Our Edgar's personal scandals and complex romantic history would have lasting effects on how he was remembered. The ecclesiastical chroniclers who wrote most of the histories that have survived could not ignore these episodes entirely, even though they wanted to praise Edgar as a great patron of the church. They developed various strategies for dealing with the contradictions between Edgar's public piety and his private conduct. Some, like the chroniclers closest to Edgar's own time, simply passed over his romantic life in silence, focusing on his political achievements and his support for monastic reform while ignoring the scandals. Others, writing later when the need to preserve Edgar's reputation was less pressing, told the stories but framed them in ways that were educational or moralistic. Edgar's sins became examples of how even good kings could fall into temptation, how royal power could corrupt, how penance and reformation were necessary even for the mighty. The fact that both Wulfthryth and Edith were later venerated as saints was used to argue that God had brought good out of Edgar's sin, that their sanctity retroactively justified or at least redeemed the king's transgression. Still others, particularly writers who were hostile to Edgar or to his line, used these stories to argue that he was a hypocrite, a man who supported strict monastic discipline for others while indulging his own lusts, someone whose apparent piety was a facade covering deeper moral failings. In the 12th century, the Danish king Canute was reported to have mocked Saint Edith, saying he would never believe in the sanctity of a daughter of King Edgar, a vicious man, an especial slave to lust, and more tyrant than king. The truth, as is so often the case, probably lies between these extremes. Edgar was a young man when he began his relationships with Ethelfled and Wulfthryth, probably driven by normal romantic and sexual desires, making decisions that were unwise or morally questionable, but not unusual for a medieval king. The story of Ethelwald's murder, if true, would represent something darker, a willingness to use royal power to eliminate someone who had crossed him. But it's also quite possible that story is largely or entirely legendary, created by later writers to explain how Edgar came to marry Elfrith. What seems certain is that Edgar matured beyond the romantic adventures and scandals of his youth. By his late 20s, he had settled into his marriage with Elfrith, was working closely and harmoniously with his ecclesiastical advisors despite the penance they had imposed on him, and was presenting himself as a model of Christian kingship. The scandals were in his past, and the peaceful, pious king was the image he projected in his maturity. But the complicated family situation he had created through his earlier relationships would outlive him, contributing to the chaos that followed his death and helping to destroy the peaceful realm he had worked so hard to build. While managing the complex religious politics of monastic reform and navigating the troubled waters of his personal life, and Edgar also attended to the countless practical details of governance that made the difference between a kingdom that functioned smoothly and one that descended into chaos. His reign saw important innovations in administration, currency, justice, and defense that would have lasting impacts on English governance and would demonstrate that Edgar was not merely a figurehead controlled by powerful churchmen, but was an active, intelligent, and innovative ruler in his own right. One of Edgar's most significant and lasting achievements was a complete reform of England's monetary system. implemented around the year 973. To understand why this reform was necessary and what it accomplished, we need to understand the state of English coinage before Edgar's changes. In Anglo-Saxon England, as in most of medieval Europe, and the basic unit of currency was the silver penny. Gold coins were rarely used, and copper coins were for minor transactions. The vast majority of monetary exchanges involved silver pennies, which were hand-struck coins made by hammering a blank piece of silver between two dies, pieces of metal with images and letters carved into them. The dies imprinted their designs onto both sides of the coin, creating an object that bore images and text identifying it as currency of a particular king from a particular place. Before Edgar's reform, the production of these pennies was highly decentralized. Various mints scattered across England produced coins, but each mint had considerable independence in how they designed their coins, what weight of silver they used, and what level of purity they maintained. A penny minted in York might look quite different from one minted in Winchester or Exeter or London. The silver content might vary significantly from mint to mint, and even from batch to batch within the same mint. This created obvious problems for commerce. When merchants engaged in trade, they couldn't simply count coins and trust that each had the same value. Instead, they had to assess each coin individually, sometimes testing its weight and purity, trying to determine whether a penny from one mint was really equivalent to a penny from another mint. This made transactions complicated, time-consuming, and uncertain. It reduced trust in the currency and probably discouraged some commerce that would have occurred if the coinage had been more reliable. A regional variation in coinage also reflected and reinforced the political fragmentation of England. When different parts of the kingdom had different coinages, it suggested they were separate realms rather than parts of a unified whole. The lack of uniform royal money was a symptom of imperfect unity, just as the creation of uniform royal money would be a symbol and instrument of greater centralization. Edgar's reform, implemented around 973, the same year as his coronation, which may not be coincidental, addressed all of these problems through a series of coordinated changes that transformed English coinage into one of the most advanced and reliable monetary systems in medieval Europe. First, Edgar mandated that all pennies produced in his kingdom must be of uniform weight and purity, and the standard was set at approximately 96% silver content, a very high level of purity that would make the coins valuable and trustworthy. The weight was also standardized, ensuring that a penny from one mint would contain the same amount of silver as a penny from any other mint. This standardization of the physical properties of the coinage meant that people could trust English pennies, could accept them in payment without having to test each one, could use them in transactions with confidence that they were receiving fair value. Second, Edgar created a uniform design for the coinage across the entire kingdom. All pennies would now bear the king's portrait on one side, the obverse, and a small cross on the reverse side, and surrounding the cross would be an inscription giving the name of the moneyer, the craftsman who struck the coin, and the name of the mint where it was produced. This uniform design served multiple purposes. The king's portrait appearing on every coin circulating in England was a daily reminder of royal authority to everyone who handled money. It made the king's face familiar throughout the realm, creating a visual connection between ruler and subjects, even for those who would never see Edgar in person. The inscription naming the moneyer and mint served as a quality control measure. If counterfeit or substandard coins were discovered, authorities could trace them back to their source and hold the responsible moneyer accountable. This accountability helped maintain the integrity of the coinage and deterred fraud. It also provided a way for the royal government to monitor what was happening at distant mints. ensuring that local officials were following the centrally mandated standards. Third, and perhaps most importantly for ensuring uniformity, Edgar centralized the production of the dies used to strike coins. Previously, each mint had produced its own dies locally, which contributed to the variation in appearance and sometimes in quality across different mints. Under the reform, dies were now manufactured centrally, probably at Winchester, the ancient capital of Wessex, and then distributed to mints across the kingdom. This centralization of die cutting was a remarkable innovation that required considerable organizational sophistication. Someone at the center had to design the coin images and inscriptions. I cut the dies with considerable skill. Die cutting was specialized craftwork requiring years of training. Keep track of which dies had been sent to which mints, periodically replace worn dies with new ones, and maintain quality control over the entire system. The fact that Edgar's government could accomplish this across a kingdom that stretched from Devon to Northumberland demonstrates a level of administrative capacity that was quite advanced for 10th century Europe. The centralization also served a political purpose. By controlling the dies, the royal government controlled what images and inscriptions appeared on coins. This was not just about maintaining uniform design, but about asserting royal authority over a crucial function of governance. The production of money was now unmistakably a royal prerogative. It exercised through central direction, rather than through delegation to local authorities who might have their own agendas. The reform also addressed the problem of coin renewal, which had been a source of both revenue and controversy. In Anglo-Saxon England, the king periodically recalled old coins and issued new ones, charging a fee for the exchange. This provided revenue for the royal government, while also allowing worn or debased coins to be removed from circulation and replaced with fresh, full-weight pieces. Edgar seems to have regularized this process, perhaps setting a fixed schedule for coin renewal, rather than doing it irregularly as earlier kings had. The impact of Edgar's coinage reform was substantial and lasting. English pennies produced under his system became trusted far beyond England's borders. Your archaeological finds show Edgar's coins being used in Scandinavia, around the Baltic, and in other parts of Europe where English merchants travelled. The reputation of English coinage for reliability and high silver content, established during Edgar's reign, would continue for generations. The reform also contributed to economic growth by making commerce easier and more reliable. When merchants could trust that the coins they received were of standard value, when they didn't have to spend time testing and evaluating each piece, when they could simply count coins, knowing that each represented the same purchasing power, trade became more efficient. This efficiency contributed to the economic prosperity that characterized Edgar's reign and the decades immediately following. Moreover, the uniform royal coinage helped create a sense of shared English identity. When people throughout the kingdom used the same coins bearing the same royal image, when a penny from Northumbria was identical to a penny from Wessex, it reinforced the idea that they were all subjects of the same king, all members of the same political community. The coins in everyone's purses were daily reminders of their common English identity under Edgar's kingship. Beyond his monetary reforms, Edgar also addressed issues of law and justice, issuing a series of legal codes that sought to bring more uniformity and effectiveness to the administration of justice across his diverse kingdom. Anglo-Saxon England had a complex legal landscape, with different regions following different customary laws. Wessex had its own legal traditions, Mercia had others, and the Danelaw, those areas of heavy Scandinavian settlement in the north and east, had legal customs that blended English and Norse elements. Previous kings had issued laws, and Edgar built on this tradition. But what made Edgar's legal codes particularly significant was that they represented the first systematic attempt to extend royal law across all of England, including even the Dane law, while still respecting regional differences where appropriate. Edgar's laws dealt with a wide range of issues: the payment of tithes to support the church, making it legally mandatory to give 1/10 of one's income to support local churches; the punishment of theft, with escalating penalties depending on the value of what was stolen; the regulation of commerce, setting standards for weights and measures, requiring that transactions be witnessed to prevent fraud; the obligations of different social classes, specifying what military service nobles owed, what work peasants owed their lords, and the procedures for justice, how courts should be convened, how testimony should be heard, how judgments should be enforced. Significantly, Edgar was the first English king whose laws explicitly extended to the Dane law, attempting to bring even those areas of heavy Scandinavian influence more fully under unified English legal jurisdiction. However, Edgar was wise enough to recognize that attempting to impose purely West Saxon law on the Danes would provoke resistance and possibly rebellion. Instead, his approach was to establish overarching royal authority, while allowing the Danes to maintain many of their own customs within that framework. And this pragmatic approach to the Dane law reflected Edgar's general political philosophy. Unity did not require uniformity, and effective governance required respecting regional differences and local traditions. As long as the Danes acknowledged his overlordship, paid their taxes, provided military service when required, and generally accepted royal authority, Edgar allowed them considerable autonomy in their daily lives and local affairs. Edgar also developed and refined the system of local government that would become fundamental to English administration for centuries. England was divided into shires, counties, each governed by an ealdorman appointed by the king. These ealdormen were powerful nobles who wielded considerable authority in their regions. They led military forces, presided over shire courts, collected revenues, and generally represented royal authority in their territories. Below the ealdormen were shire reeves, sheriffs, who handled more day-to-day administrative tasks. The sheriffs managed royal estates within the shire, collected taxes and fines, enforced royal orders, and generally served as the working administrators who kept the machinery of government functioning. While ealdormen were powerful nobles from great families, sheriffs were more often lesser nobles or capable administrators who could be more easily controlled by the king. Each shire was further subdivided into hundreds, or wapentakes in areas of Scandinavian influence, districts that served as the basic units of local governance. 100 courts met regularly to handle minor legal cases, organize community responsibilities, and manage local affairs. The 100 system allowed royal law to reach even into rural areas, ensuring that even villages far from major centers of power were still connected to the royal justice system and the administrative apparatus of the kingdom. Edgar's management of this system showed his political skill. He appointed capable men as ealdormen, but he was careful to prevent any single ealdorman from becoming too powerful. He maintained balance between different noble families, rotating positions when necessary, ensuring that no region could become a power base for potential rivals to the crown. He used the church as a counterweight to lay nobility, with bishops and abbots holding their own courts and jurisdictions that competed with and checked secular authorities. Naval power was another area where Edgar invested heavily. Recognizing that England was an island kingdom vulnerable to seaborne attacks, Edgar built and maintained a substantial fleet. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle boasted about the strength of his navy, describing it in terms that suggest considerable pride. Later chroniclers claimed Edgar had as many as 3,600 to 4,000 ships, though these numbers are almost certainly exaggerated. or include vessels that were not permanent naval ships, but could be called up when needed. Even allowing for exaggeration, Edgar clearly had a significant navy. He may have maintained several hundred warships on a permanent or semi-permanent basis, with provisions for commandeering merchant vessels and fishing boats to supplement this core fleet in times of crisis. The ships would have been the typical Viking Age longships, sleek, are fast vessels powered by both oars and sail, capable of crossing open seas or navigating up rivers, able to carry warriors who could fight from the ships or land to conduct raids. Maintaining such a navy required substantial resources. Ships had to be built, which required timber, skilled shipwrights, iron for fittings, sailcloth, rope, and numerous other materials. They had to be maintained, with hulls repaired, sails replaced, and regular upkeep to prevent deterioration. They had to be manned by rowers and sailors, who needed to be paid or otherwise compensated. Some sources suggest Edgar may have implemented a tax called Heergeld, army tax, specifically to fund naval defense, though the details are uncertain. Whatever the exact arrangements, Edgar's investment in naval power paid dividends. England suffered no major Viking raids during his reign, a remarkable achievement given that such raids had been a constant threat for generations before Edgar, and would resume with devastating effect in the reign of his son Ethelred. Whether the Vikings avoided England because of Edgar's strong navy, because his reputation as a powerful king deterred potential attackers, because of diplomatic arrangements with Scandinavian rulers, or simply because Viking attention was focused elsewhere during these particular years, the result was 16 years of peace from external attack. The peace Edgar maintained was not just fortunate happenstance, but was the result of deliberate policies and investments. His naval build-up deterred raids. His diplomatic skills maintained good relations with Scandinavian settlers within England, and probably with Norse rulers in Ireland and Scotland. His strong governance ensured that England presented a united front, rather than the kind of internal divisions that invited external intervention. His reputation for effective rule made potential attackers think twice before challenging him. Within England, Edgar maintained order through a combination of firm justice and respect for local customs. He moved decisively against serious crimes like murder and theft, ensuring that royal law reached even remote areas. But he also showed flexibility and pragmatism, understanding that different regions had different traditions and that wise governance required accommodation as much as imposition. Edgar's government also showed sophistication in areas like forestry law, regulation of trade, and management of royal resources. The king claimed certain forests as royal preserves, where game could only be hunted by royal permission, both protecting wildlife populations and reserving the pleasures of the hunt for the king and those he favored. He regulated merchants and markets, ensuring that commerce was conducted honestly and that the crown received its share of commercial revenues through tolls and taxes. He managed the vast network of royal estates that provided food, raw materials, and income to support the royal household and government. All of this administrative activity required literate, educated officials who could draft documents, keep records, and handle the complex details of governance. The monastic reform that Edgar supported so enthusiastically had a practical side effect. It created a supply of educated monks who could serve as royal administrators, scribes, and advisors. The reformed monasteries, with their schools and scriptoria, trained the personnel that made Edgar's sophisticated government possible. By the early 970s, when Edgar was entering his 30th year, he had transformed England into one of the best governed kingdoms in Europe. His currency was uniform, trustworthy, and widely accepted. His system of shires and hundreds provided effective local administration. His navy protected English shores from raiders. His laws brought a degree of order and justice that his subjects appreciated. His diplomatic skills maintained peace with neighbours and managed the complex relationship with Scandinavian settlers. The kingdom was prosperous, with trade flourishing, agriculture productive, and the long peace allowing accumulation of wealth. The church was thriving, with reformed monasteries producing art, literature, and educated clergy. Society was stable, with the various classes and regions held together by effective royal governance. England under Edgar had achieved something rare in the violent 10th century, an extended period of peace and prosperity, where people could plan for the future with reasonable confidence that violent disruption would not destroy their hopes. This was the context in which Edgar, in 973, finally underwent the coronation ceremony that would formally consecrate him as king and would become the model for all future English coronations. After 14 years on the throne, after transforming English Christianity through monastic reform, after standardizing the currency and strengthening administration, after building a navy and maintaining peace, Edgar was ready to mark his achievements with a ceremony that would demonstrate to all of England and to neighbouring kingdoms just how successful his reign had been. The date was May 11th, 973, the Feast of Pentecost, also called Whitsunday, one of the great celebrations of the Christian year commemorating the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles. The place was Bath Abbey in the city of Bath, an ancient Roman settlement known for its hot springs, located on the border between Wessex and Mercia, in what is now Somerset. King Edgar, now approximately 30 years old, and in the 14th year of his reign, and was about to undergo a coronation ceremony that would become one of the most significant events in Anglo-Saxon English history. The choice of this particular time and place for Edgar's coronation was rich with symbolism and practical significance. That Edgar waited 14 years into his reign before being crowned was highly unusual. Most kings were crowned within weeks or months of their accession, using the coronation to formally begin their reigns and legitimize their authority. But Edgar had been king since 959, and King of Mercia and Northumbria since 957, wielding power, issuing laws, granting charters, and governing effectively without the formal coronation ceremony. Why the long delay? Various explanations have been offered by historians, both medieval and modern, and some medieval writers suggested the delay was related to Dunstan's penance for Edgar's relationship with Wulfthryth. If the king was forbidden to wear his crown for 7 years as punishment for seducing or abducting a woman from Wilton Abbey, then a coronation during that penitential period would have been inappropriate or impossible. If the affair occurred around 963 and the penance was 7 years, this would bring us to 970, still 3 years before the actual coronation, but perhaps close enough that this explanation has some validity. Other medieval chroniclers, particularly Nicholas of Worcester, writing in the 12th century, claimed that Edgar deliberately postponed his coronation until he had outgrown the passions of his youth, suggesting the king wanted to ensure his personal conduct was worthy of such a sacred ceremony before proceeding. This interpretation portrays Edgar as humbly recognizing his earlier failings and waiting until he had achieved moral maturity before accepting formal consecration as God's anointed king. Modern historians have offered additional explanations. Some suggest Edgar was waiting until his authority was firmly established, until the various factions in his kingdom were reconciled, until potential challenges to his rule were eliminated. The coronation could then serve as a celebration of achieved unity rather than a hopeful beginning, and others propose that Edgar was deliberately choosing to have his coronation mark the height of his reign rather than its beginning, making the ceremony a recognition of accomplishments rather than an inauguration of possibilities. The choice of Bath as the location was also significant. Previous West Saxon kings had typically been crowned at Kingston-upon-Thames or Winchester, traditional sites associated with Wessex royal power. By choosing Bath instead, Edgar was making several statements simultaneously. Bath lay on the border between Wessex and Mercia, emphasizing that Edgar was king of both kingdoms, not simply a West Saxon king who also happened to rule Mercia. The choice honoured both regions rather than privileging one over the other. Bath also had powerful historical associations. It had been a significant Roman city, Aquae Sulis, and known throughout the Roman Empire for its hot springs and baths. Though the great Roman bath complex had long since fallen into ruin by Edgar's time, enough remained to evoke memories of Roman civilization and imperial grandeur. By holding his coronation in this ancient imperial city, Edgar was connecting his kingship to Roman imperial traditions, suggesting that he stood in a line of rulers stretching back beyond the Anglo-Saxon invasions to the Roman emperors themselves. The ceremony that would unfold at Bath on that Pentecost Sunday in 973 was designed by Archbishop Dunstan, Edgar's longtime mentor and advisor, who brought to the task his extensive learning, his understanding of continental liturgical practices, and his vision of what Christian kingship should be. And Dunstan had spent time in exile at reformed monasteries on the continent, where he had observed elaborate rituals and ceremonies. He drew on these continental models while also maintaining elements from traditional English coronation practices, creating a hybrid ceremony that would prove so effective and powerful that it would be repeated, with modifications, for more than 1,000 years. The ceremony began with the king and his court processing to Bath Abbey, probably from a royal residence in or near the city, where Edgar had spent the previous days in preparation. The streets would have been crowded with people eager to witness this historic event, with nobles and their retinues in fine clothing, with churchmen in their vestments, with ordinary folk pressing forward to catch a glimpse of their king. The king himself would have worn royal regalia, though perhaps not yet a crown, if the ceremony was to include the first placement of the crown on his head, and would have been surrounded by his greatest nobles and churchmen. Inside Bath Abbey, the assembled company would have included the bishops and abbots of England's reformed monasteries, the ealdormen and thegns, who governed the kingdom's shires and held its estates, and other important figures from across the realm. The church itself would have been specially prepared for the occasion, perhaps decorated with cloth hangings, certainly with candles burning and incense perfuming the air, with the altar prepared for the Mass that would follow the coronation proper. The ceremony began with the presentation of the king to the assembled people, and the bishops led Edgar before the congregation, and the archbishop asked whether those present were willing to accept Edgar as their king, whether they would be obedient to him and uphold his rule. This element of the ceremony reflected the traditional Anglo-Saxon practice of royal election, the idea that kings, even hereditary kings, still needed to be accepted by their people, that there was a contract between ruler and ruled, that kingship was not simply the king's right, but required the consent of the governed. The assembled nobles, bishops, and other magnates gave their assent, formally agreeing to accept Edgar as their king. This was partly ritual. By 973, Edgar had been reigning for 14 years, and no one was going to refuse to accept him at this point, but it was still symbolically important. It established that Edgar's authority rested not just on force or birth, but on the acceptance and agreement of England's leading men. Following this acceptance came one of the most significant parts of the ceremony, the royal oath. Edgar, standing before the altar and before God's representative, the Archbishop, swore 3 solemn promises that would bind him throughout his reign. These 3 promises, crafted by Dunstan, would become the template for all future English and British coronation oaths, recited by every subsequent monarch down to the present day. The first promise was to protect the church and ensure peace throughout the realm. Edgar swore that he would defend the Christian faith, protect the rights and properties of the church, maintain the peace so that his subjects could live without fear of violence or oppression. This promise established that the king's primary responsibility was not simply to rule, but to provide the stable conditions in which church and society could flourish. The second promise was to establish just laws and forbid criminality in all classes of society. Edgar swore that he would maintain good laws, that he would not allow the strong to oppress the weak, that he would punish wrongdoing regardless of whether the criminal was noble or commoner. This promise established the king as the fountain of justice, the ultimate authority who ensured that law, rather than might, would govern society. The third promise was to exercise justice with mercy, to be impartial and fair rather than vindictive or cruel. Edgar swore that he would judge rightly, that he would not show favoritism to friends or relatives, and that he would temper justice with compassion, that he would not be a tyrant ruling by fear, but a just king ruling by law and equity. This promise established the ideal of kingship as exercised for the good of the people, rather than for the king's personal benefit. These three promises, protect the church and peace, enforce just laws, exercise justice with mercy, encapsulated the ideal of Christian kingship that Dunstan and the other reformers had taught Edgar since his youth. A king was not an absolute ruler doing as he pleased, but a servant of God and his people, with specific responsibilities to fulfill and moral standards to uphold. By swearing these oaths publicly, before God and in the presence of his subjects, Edgar bound himself to these standards and created grounds by which his rule could be judged. Following the oath came the anointing, perhaps the most sacred moment of the entire ceremony. The practice of anointing kings with holy oil had deep biblical roots, going back to the prophets of ancient Israel, who had anointed Saul and David as kings over God's chosen people. The oil used for anointing was not ordinary oil, but had been specially blessed, consecrated for this sacred purpose, setting it apart from secular uses. Archbishop Dunstan, having prepared himself through prayer and having blessed the oil, approached King Edgar. The king would have removed his outer garments to allow the oil to touch his bare skin. Dunstan then anointed Edgar on the head, on the hands, and on the breast. The three traditional locations, each with its own significance. The head was anointed to show that the king's mind and judgment were consecrated to God's service. The hands were anointed to show that the king's actions and deeds were to be holy and directed toward righteous purposes. The breast was anointed to show that the king's heart and will were dedicated to God. As Dunstan applied the holy oil, he recited prayers asking God to bless this king, to grant him wisdom and strength, to make him a defender of the faith and protector of his people. The prayers drew on biblical models, comparing Edgar to David and Solomon, asking God to grant him the qualities these biblical kings had displayed: David's military prowess and devotion to God, Solomon's wisdom and justice. The anointing transformed Edgar's status in a profound way. He was now not merely a secular ruler, but a sacred person, and someone who had been specially consecrated to God's service, someone who stood between the divine and human realms. To resist or rebel against an anointed king was not just treason, but sacrilege, not just a political crime, but a sin against God. The anointing elevated the king above ordinary mortals, while also binding him to higher standards than other men. Following the anointing, Edgar was invested with the regalia, the physical objects that symbolized royal authority and responsibility. Each item was blessed and presented with prayers explaining its significance, creating a layered ceremony where every object and gesture carried meaning. First came the ring, which the archbishop placed on Edgar's finger. The ring symbolized the king's marriage to his kingdom. the indissoluble bond between ruler and realm. And just as a husband was bound to his wife in holy matrimony, so the king was bound to his kingdom in a sacred relationship. The ring reminded Edgar that his relationship with his kingdom was not merely contractual or temporary, but was a deep, permanent union that required faithfulness and devotion. Next came the sword, a weapon symbolizing the king's duty to defend his people and punish evildoers. The archbishop blessed the sword and girded it upon the king, explaining that this weapon was to be used in God's service, to protect the church, to defend the weak, to strike down the wicked. The sword reminded Edgar that kingship included military responsibility, that a king must be willing to fight when necessary, but also that violence must be directed toward just ends rather than used for personal aggrandizement. Then came the crown itself, and the most visible symbol of kingship. The crown Dunstan placed upon Edgar's head would have been a magnificent object, probably made of gold, possibly decorated with precious stones, a fitting adornment for a king who ruled all of England. As he placed it on Edgar's head, Dunstan recited prayers asking God to crown the king with glory and honour, to make the crown a symbol of divine favour, resting upon the king's brow. The crown's weight upon Edgar's head would have been a physical reminder of the burden of kingship, the heavy responsibilities he carried. Its precious materials reflected the glory of his position, the honour that came with being God's anointed ruler. Its very visibility meant that everyone who saw Edgar would immediately recognize him as king, making the crown both a personal adornment and a public symbol of royal authority. And finally came the scepter and rod, two staffs representing different aspects of royal power. The scepter, often topped with a cross or other Christian symbol, represented spiritual authority and the king's responsibility for his people's souls as well as their bodies. The rod represented temporal power, the king's authority to rule in worldly matters, to make laws, to judge disputes, to govern the practical affairs of the kingdom. By receiving both scepter and rod, Edgar acknowledged that kingship involved both spiritual and temporal responsibilities, that a Christian king could not neglect either dimension of his role. With the investiture complete, Edgar was now fully crowned and anointed, bearing all the symbols of kingship, consecrated as God's representative to rule England. The assembled congregation broke into acclamations, are probably crying out, "Vivat Rex," "Long live the King," or similar expressions of joy and loyalty. Hymns were sung, particularly the Te Deum Laudamus, that great hymn of praise and thanksgiving that had been used at important Christian celebrations since the 4th century. But the ceremony was not yet complete. A coronation was not simply a secular ceremony, but a religious service, and like all important religious occasions, it was centered on the celebration of Mass. Edgar and the assembled congregation now participated in the Eucharist, the central rite of Christian worship, where bread and wine were consecrated and became the body and blood of Christ. Edgar's participation in communion immediately after his anointing and crowning carried profound significance. By receiving the Eucharist, the newly crowned king demonstrated his membership in the Christian community, his commitment to Christian faith, his acceptance of Christian moral standards. It showed that the king, despite his elevated status as God's anointed, was still ultimately subject to God, still a communicant in the church, still bound by the same religious obligations as his subjects. The Mass would have been celebrated with great solemnity and splendor, with the best vestments, vessels, and liturgical books the English Church could provide. The music would have been elaborate, probably including works composed specifically for this occasion, sung by skilled choirs who had practiced for weeks. The prayers would have beseeched God's blessing on the newly crowned king, asking for divine guidance and protection throughout his reign. When the Mass concluded and the religious ceremony was over, the assembly moved from the sacred space of the church into the more secular celebrations that followed. A coronation feast would have been prepared, probably at a royal residence in Bath or nearby, where Edgar could receive the homage of his nobles and distribute gifts to those who attended. This feasting could continue for days, with nobles processing forward to offer their oaths of loyalty, with the king receiving delegations from different parts of his realm, with entertainment provided by musicians and performers, with vast quantities of food and drink consumed. The coronation of 973 was made even more remarkable by the fact that Edgar's queen, Elfrith, was also crowned and anointed during the same ceremony. This was unprecedented in English history. While previous kings had had wives, those women had been referred to simply as the king's wife and had no formal coronation of their own. They might witness charters and exercise informal influence, but they had no officially recognized sacred status. By having Elfrith crowned and anointed alongside him, Edgar elevated the position of queen to a new level. She was not simply his wife, but was a crowned and consecrated queen, with her own sacred status, her own responsibilities, particularly regarding the oversight of nunneries as specified in the Regularis Concordia, her own place in the hierarchy of the realm. This recognition of the queen as a person of sacred status in her own right, rather than merely as the king's consort, was a significant innovation that would influence how English queens were viewed and treated for centuries to come. The coronation of Elfrith also had political implications for the succession. Their son Ethelred was the child of a crowned and anointed queen, which gave him a stronger claim to the throne than Edgar's older son Edward, whose mother Ethelfled had never been crowned. This distinction would become important after Edgar's death, when supporters of Ethelred would argue that his mother's status as a consecrated queen gave him precedence over his older half-brother. The extraordinary nature of Edgar's coronation in 973 was recognized even by contemporaries. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and which typically recorded coronations with just a brief notation if at all, devoted special attention to this one. Early versions of the Chronicle included special poems commemorating Edgar's coronation, celebrating it as a momentous event that marked a high point of his reign. These poems, written in Old English verse, praised Edgar as a mighty king under whom the realm prospered, who maintained peace, who supported the church, and who was acknowledged as overlord by neighbouring rulers. That the Chronicle's compilers chose to commemorate this coronation in poetry, rather than simple prose, indicates how special they considered it. 3 of the few 10th century poems in the otherwise prosaic Chronicle relate to Edgar, commemorating his accession, his coronation, and his death, suggesting that even contemporary observers recognized they were living through a particularly significant reign, a golden age of Anglo-Saxon achievement that deserved to be celebrated in the elevated language of poetry rather than mere factual recording. The ceremony Dunstan designed for Edgar's coronation would prove to be his greatest liturgical achievement, a ritual so well constructed and meaningful that it would be adopted as the standard for all future English coronations. When Edward the Confessor was crowned in the 11th century, when William the Conqueror was crowned after the Norman invasion, when generation after generation of medieval and early modern kings and queens were crowned, they all followed the basic pattern Dunstan had established: presentation to the people, royal oath, anointing, investiture with regalia, and mass. Even today, more than 1,000 years after Edgar's coronation at Bath in 973, when British monarchs are crowned at Westminster Abbey, they follow essentially the same ceremony. Queen Elizabeth II in 1953, King Charles III in 2023, whoever will be crowned in the future. All recite the same threefold oath that Edgar swore. All are anointed with holy oil as Edgar was, though hidden from view behind screens in modern ceremonies. All receive similar regalia. All participate in communion following their crowning. The words have been updated, the setting has changed, the theological understanding has evolved, but the fundamental structure remains that which Dunstan created for Edgar. The coronation at Bath in 973 was thus far more than just a ceremony confirming Edgar's kingship, which had been secure for 14 years. It was a defining moment in English history, when the ideal of Christian kingship was given its most perfect ritual expression, when church and crown were united in a ceremony that would shape English and British monarchy for more than a millennium, when an Anglo-Saxon king stood at the height of his power and saw his achievements publicly recognized and celebrated in the most solemn and sacred way possible. But impressive as the coronation ceremony itself was, Edgar was not content to let that be the end of his demonstration of royal power and authority. Following the coronation, he planned and executed an even more dramatic display that would show not just England, but the neighbouring kingdoms of the British Isles, just how powerful the King of the English had become. Perfect boss. अब मैं remaining sections complete करता हूँ full detail के साथ. Following the magnificent coronation ceremony at Bath on May 11, 973, King Edgar did not simply return to his usual royal residences to resume the normal business of governance. Instead, he embarked on what would become one of the most famous and symbolically powerful events of his entire reign, a ceremonial journey to Chester in the far northwest of England, where he would stage a dramatic demonstration of his authority over not just England, but over all the rulers of Britain. The journey from Bath to Chester would have been a major undertaking in itself. Chester lay approximately 150 miles to the northwest, a distance that would have taken at least a week to traverse, probably longer, given that Edgar was travelling with a substantial entourage, and likely stopping at various towns and estates along the way to show himself to his subjects and receive their homage. The route would have taken him through the heart of Mercia, through countryside that had been his first kingdom, when England was divided in the late 900s and 50s, through regions where he had many supporters among the nobility and church. Edgar did not travel alone. He would have been accompanied by a magnificent royal household, his Queen Elthryth, freshly crowned alongside him at Bath, important nobles including several ealdormen who governed England's regions, bishops and abbots, particularly Dunstan, Oswald and Ethelwald, the three great churchmen who were the architects of monastic reform, household officers who managed the practical details of feeding, housing and transporting this large company, and armed retainers who provided security and demonstrated the military might that undergirded royal authority. But Edgar's journey to Chester involved more than just travelling across England. He was also mustering military forces, assembling a substantial army that would march with him to the northwest. At the same time, Edgar ordered his fleet to mobilise. The ships that provided England's naval defence, that had helped keep Viking raiders away during his reign, were to sail around the coast, departing from their stations in the south and east, rounding the southwestern peninsula of Cornwall, and making their way up through the Irish Sea to rendezvous with the king at Chester. This coordination of land and naval forces demonstrated the sophistication of Edgar's military organisation. To have an army march from the Midlands to Chester, while simultaneously having a fleet sail all the way around England to meet them at precisely the right time, required careful planning, reliable communication systems, and effective command structures. That Edgar could accomplish this coordination speaks to the administrative capacity his government had developed. The choice of Chester as the destination for this demonstration was itself significant. Chester, known to the Romans as Diva, had been an important military base during the Roman occupation, the headquarters of the 20th Legion, and a major stronghold guarding the routes into Wales and the northwest. Though much of the Roman fortress had fallen into ruin by the 10th century, enough remained, particularly the circuit of stone walls surrounding the city, to remind visitors of Rome's imperial power. By staging his ceremony at Chester, Edgar was again, as at Bath, connecting his kingship to Roman imperial traditions. Chester was also strategically located on the border between England and Wales, and near the Kingdom of Strathclyde to the north, and the sea routes to Scotland, Ireland, and the Norse-controlled islands. It was a place where different political and cultural spheres met, making it an appropriate location for a ceremony demonstrating Edgar's authority over multiple peoples and territories. When Edgar arrived at Chester, accompanied by his army, and when his fleet arrived in the River Dee that flows past the city, here he found waiting for him an extraordinary assembly of rulers from throughout Britain. According to the accounts that have survived, Edgar's arrival at Chester was attended by no fewer than 6 or 8 sub-kings and rulers who had come to acknowledge his overlordship and demonstrate their subordination to the King of the English. The identity of these rulers and the exact nature of the ceremony they participated in have been subjects of debate among historians, both because the sources are not entirely consistent in their details and because later writers may have embellished the original event. However, the core story appears in multiple independent sources, suggesting that something significant definitely happened at Chester in 973, even if we cannot be absolutely certain about every detail. The most commonly cited list of rulers present at Chester includes Kenneth II, King of Scots, also known as Syned mac Mel Coluim, who ruled the Kingdom of Alba, comprising most of what is now Scotland north of the Forthclyde line. Kenneth represented the most powerful independent kingdom in Britain, aside from England itself. His presence at Chester and his acknowledgement of Edgar's overlordship was therefore particularly significant. The kings of Scots had sometimes acknowledged English overlordship and sometimes contested it, depending on their relative strength and the political situation. Kenneth's submission suggested that in 973, Scottish power was not sufficient to challenge English dominance, or that Kenneth found it advantageous to seek Edgar's friendship rather than provoke his enmity. Mael Coluim, a king of Strathclyde, also known as Malcolm of Strathclyde, who ruled the British kingdom centred on the Clyde Valley in what is now southwestern Scotland. Strathclyde was a remnant of the old British kingdoms that had once covered much of northern Britain before the Anglo-Saxon and Norse invasions. By the 10th century, it was surrounded by more powerful neighbours, the Kingdom of Scots to the north, the English to the south, the Norse in the Western Isles, and survived by maintaining good relations with these powers. Mael Coluim's presence at Chester indicated that Strathclyde recognised English overlordship, at least nominally, and sought Edgar's protection. Magnus, or Maccus, King of Man and the Isles, who controlled the Isle of Man and the Hebridean Islands off Scotland's west coast. These territories were Norse-controlled, a part of the broader Norse world that stretched from Norway and Denmark across the North Atlantic to Iceland, Greenland, and even briefly to North America. The Norse rulers of Man and the Isles were sea kings, powerful in their control of maritime routes, dangerous as potential raiders, but also dependent on commerce and vulnerable to coordinated attacks. Magnus's presence at Chester showed that even Norse sea kings found it prudent to acknowledge Edgar's power and seek his goodwill. Iago, King of Gwynedd, who ruled the most powerful Welsh kingdom in the north of Wales. Gwynedd had ancient roots and maintained Welsh culture and language despite proximity to English power. Iago's attendance at Chester demonstrated that Welsh rulers, while maintaining their own kingdoms and identities, are acknowledged that they operated within a wider political framework dominated by the English king. Hywel, probably King of Deheubarth, another Welsh kingdom in the south and west of Wales. The exact identification of this Hywel is uncertain. Several Welsh rulers bore this common name in the 10th century, but whoever he was, his presence represented southern Welsh acknowledgement of Edgar's overlordship, alongside northern Welsh recognition through Iago. Other rulers probably included additional Welsh princes whose territories covered the remaining Welsh kingdoms, and possibly other Norse leaders from the Irish Sea region. The exact number varies in different sources. Some say 6 rulers, others 8. Still others list even more names. But what matters is that Edgar succeeded in assembling an unprecedented gathering of British rulers who came to acknowledge his supremacy. What happened when these rulers assembled at Chester would become one of the most famous episodes in Anglo-Saxon history, told and retold by chroniclers, embellished by storytellers, depicted in later illustrations, and eventually incorporated into the legendary history of English kingship. The story, in its most famous form, describes Edgar being rowed on the River Dee by the assembled sub-kings, with these mighty rulers serving as his oarsmen, demonstrating their submission to his authority in the most vivid and dramatic way imaginable. According to the fullest version of the story, preserved by 12th century historians like John of Worcester and Henry of Huntingdon, Edgar boarded a small boat or barge on the River Dee. The 6 or 8 sub-kings who had come to Chester also boarded the boat, but instead of sitting as passengers or standing as dignitaries, they took up oars, with Edgar seated at the stern, in the position of the steersman or captain. These kings rowed the boat along the river from Edgar's palace to the church of St. John, a distance of several miles. As they rowed, Edgar sat in regal dignity, steered the boat, and demonstrated to all observers that these mighty rulers, kings in their own right, men who commanded armies and ruled territories, were subordinate to him, willing to perform the humble labour of rowing to show their acceptance of his overlordship. When they reached St. John's Church, Edgar and his sub-kings disembarked, attended religious services, and then reversed the journey, with the sub-kings again rowing Edgar back to his palace. This scene, if it occurred anything like this description, would have been extraordinarily powerful symbolically. In Anglo-Saxon and Norse culture, rowing was often the work of warriors and followers, while leaders steered. By having these kings row while he steered, Edgar was literally and figuratively positioning himself above them, demonstrating that they followed his direction, that they provided the power that moved the ship of state, while he provided the guidance and control. The ceremony also evoked biblical imagery, particularly the story of Christ's disciples who were fishermen and who rowed boats while Christ preached or commanded. By positioning himself as the one who was rowed by others, Edgar was perhaps implying a Christ-like authority, the kind of dominion that came from God rather than from mere human power. Moreover, for this ceremony to be effective, it needed witnesses, and indeed, the sources suggest that the event was very public, staged where people could watch, intended to be seen and talked about, designed to create a lasting impression of Edgar's power. The Anglo-Saxon nobility, the Welsh and Scottish subjects of the sub-kings, the English population of Chester, foreign merchants and visitors, all would have had the opportunity to witness this remarkable spectacle and to carry news of it back to their home regions. After the rowing ceremony and the attendance at church, Edgar and the assembled rulers proceeded to further business. The sub-kings formally pledged their allegiance to Edgar, swearing oaths that they would be his fellow workers by land and sea. This phrase is significant. By swearing to be Edgar's fellow workers, the sub-kings were acknowledging his supremacy, while also accepting a role as junior partners in maintaining peace and order throughout Britain. They were promising to support Edgar militarily when called upon, to refrain from actions that would undermine his interests, and generally to coordinate their policies with his. The phrasing "by land and sea" indicated that this alliance covered both terrestrial and maritime matters. The sub-kings were promising not to raid English coasts with their fleets, not to provide haven to Edgar's enemies, not to attack English territory by land, and positively to support Edgar's military operations if required. For the North Sea kings in particular, this maritime aspect was crucial, as their power rested on their control of ships and their ability to sail where they wished. In return for these oaths of submission, Edgar presumably offered his protection and patronage. The smaller kingdoms of Britain, surrounded by predatory neighbours, benefited from having the powerful King of the English as their overlord and protector. When Kenneth of Scotland swore allegiance to Edgar, he gained assurance that England would not invade Scotland and might even help defend Scotland against other threats. When the Welsh kings acknowledged English overlordship, they gained a powerful ally against rival Welsh kingdoms and against Norse raiders. When Magnus of Man and the Isles submitted, he gained legitimacy and perhaps English recognition of his control over territories that might otherwise be contested. This kind of overlordship relationship was common in medieval politics. It did not necessarily mean that the sub-kings lost their independence, or that Edgar could directly govern their territories. Rather, it created a hierarchical structure where the greater king acknowledged the lesser king's control over their own realms, while the lesser kings acknowledged the greater king's supremacy and promised certain obligations in return for protection. The relationship was as much symbolic and ceremonial as it was practical and legal. According to some accounts, Edgar himself commented on the significance of this gathering at Chester, and the chroniclers record him saying, or perhaps these are words attributed to him by later writers who wanted to sum up the meaning of the event, that his successors could truly claim to be kings of England when they too could command such a gathering, when they too enjoyed the submission of all the rulers of Britain. This comment, whether authentic or invented, captures the extraordinary nature of what Edgar had achieved, a recognition of English supremacy that went far beyond England's borders to encompass the entire island of Britain. Edgar may also have issued grants or gifts to some of the sub-kings, rewarding them for their submission and binding them to him through mutual obligations of gift-giving and loyalty. In medieval political culture, the exchange of gifts created bonds of reciprocal obligation. A king who gave valuable gifts to a subordinate ruler expected loyalty and service in return. The subordinate who accepted the gifts acknowledged his inferior status while also gaining material benefit and the prestige of being associated with a powerful patron. The ceremony at Chester in 973 represented the high point of Edgar's reign and the high point of Anglo-Saxon English power in the 10th century. Never before had an English king achieved such comprehensive recognition of his authority over the entire British Isles. Even Edgar's illustrious predecessors, his grandfather Edward the Elder, his great-uncle Ethelstan, his father Edmund, his uncle Edred, had not managed to assemble such a gathering or to extract such dramatic demonstrations of submission from neighbouring rulers. And the event at Chester also demonstrated the different kinds of power that supported Edgar's position. His military strength was evident in the army he had marched to Chester and the fleet he had sailed around England to rendezvous there. His wealth and administrative sophistication were evident in his ability to coordinate these forces, to provision such a large gathering, to distribute gifts and hospitality on a scale that impressed even kings. His diplomatic skill was evident in his ability to convince these various rulers, each with their own interests and concerns, to come to Chester and participate in ceremonies that advertised their subordination to him. But beyond these practical sources of power, Edgar also wielded ideological and symbolic power. His recent coronation at Bath had given him sacred status as God's anointed king. His support for church reform had won him the backing of the most respected churchmen in England. His reputation for just governance and maintenance of peace gave him moral authority beyond mere military might. These intangible sources of power made the sub-kings who came to Chester willing, or at least resigned, to acknowledge his overlordship, recognizing that he was not simply a powerful neighbor who might attack them, but a legitimate ruler exercising a kind of authority that was both secular and sacred. The story of Edgar being rode on the Dee by subordinate kings became famous throughout medieval Europe. It was told by English chroniclers with pride as evidence of English power and of one king's extraordinary success. It was depicted in later medieval manuscripts and with illustrations showing Edgar seated regally while other kings wielded oars. It entered into popular memory and legend, becoming one of the most iconic images of Anglo-Saxon kingship. As with many famous medieval events, we must be cautious about accepting every detail of the story as literal historical fact. The fullest accounts come from chroniclers writing more than a century after the event, who may have embellished or reshaped it based on legend and storytelling traditions. The ceremony may have been less dramatic than later accounts suggest, or may have had somewhat different details, but the core of the story, that Edgar assembled a remarkable gathering of British rulers at Chester, that they acknowledged his overlordship, that some kind of ceremony occurred involving boats in the river, and that this was recognized even at the time as an extraordinary demonstration of English power, seems solidly established by the evidence. The events of 973, the coronation at Bath in May, and the ceremony at Chester probably in August or shortly after, marked Edgar at the age of 30 as standing at the absolute peak of his power. He had been king for 14 years, had brought peace and prosperity to England, had reformed the church, had standardized the currency, had maintained justice and order, had built a powerful navy, and had now received the submission of neighboring kingdoms in the most public and dramatic way imaginable. He must have felt, and his subjects must have believed, that his reign would continue for many more years, and that the peaceful and prosperous England of 973 would endure and flourish under his continued guidance. But fate had other plans. Edgar would enjoy only 2 more years of life after his triumph at Chester, and his death would come suddenly, far sooner than anyone expected, triggering a succession crisis that would unravel much of what he had built and would plunge England into troubles that would last for decades. Following the twin triumphs of his coronation at Bath and the ceremony at Chester in 973, Edgar returned to the regular business of governance. The kingdom he ruled had been transformed during his reign into one of the most sophisticated and well-governed realms in 10th century Europe. The monastic reform movement that he had supported so vigorously had reached its peak, and with dozens of reformed monasteries established across England, producing art, literature, and educated clergy, the currency reform he had implemented was providing economic stability and facilitating trade. His navy kept English waters safe from Viking raids. His laws were bringing order and justice to even remote corners of the realm. Edgar continued to work closely with his 3 great ecclesiastical advisors, Dunstan at Canterbury, Oswald at York, and Ethelwald at Winchester. Together, this partnership of Crown and Church produced one of the most important documents of the English Benedictine reform, the Regularis Concordia, a text that would codify the practices of reformed English monasticism and provide a uniform rule for how reformed monasteries should function. The Regularis Concordia and whose full Latin title translates as Monastic Agreement, was produced around 970, following a synod, a church council, convened specifically to address monastic matters. The synod brought together abbots and monks from reformed monasteries across England to discuss and agree upon common standards of observance. The goal was to ensure that all reformed English houses would follow the same practices, use the same liturgical customs, and maintain the same standards of discipline. The document that emerged from this synod drew heavily on the rule of St. Benedict, that 6th century guidebook for monastic life that was the foundation of Western monasticism, but it also incorporated elements from continental reformed monasteries at places like Fleury and Ghent, and where English monks had observed strict Benedictine practice during their periods of study or exile. The Regularis Concordia adapted these continental customs to English circumstances, creating a distinctively English form of reformed Benedictine life. The Regularis Concordia specified in extraordinary detail how monks should conduct their daily lives. It described the exact schedule of the monastic day, with 8 times of communal prayer, the 7 daytime offices of lauds, prime, terce, sext, nun, vespers, and compline, plus matins during the night, interspersed with periods for work, study, and rest. It explained how the liturgy should be conducted, what psalms should be sung at what hours, how many candles should be lit during different services, when monks should stand or sit or prostrate themselves during worship, and it addressed practical matters of monastic governance, specifying the authority of abbots, the process for electing new abbots, how monasteries should manage their properties and resources, how monks should be disciplined when they violated the rule, and how novices should be trained before taking permanent vows. It covered dietary regulations, clothing standards, and the various other details that structured communal religious life. Significantly, the Regularis Concordia gave explicit roles to both the king and queen in the monastic system. The king was designated as patron and protector of male monasteries, with the right to approve the election of abbots, and the responsibility to defend monasteries from enemies both external and internal. The queen was given similar authority over nunneries, with the right to approve the election of abbesses, and the duty to protect and oversee female religious communities. This royal involvement in monastic governance meant that reformed monasticism and royal authority were tightly interwoven, each supporting and depending on the other. The document also specified that monks should pray for the king, queen, and royal family at specific times during the monastic day. These prayers for the royal family were not optional extras, but were built into the very structure of monastic worship. In this way, the reformed monasteries became institutions that provided spiritual support for the kingdom, with monks offering daily prayers for the realm's welfare and the monarch's success. This spiritual dimension of the relationship between crown and monasteries justified the massive grants of land and treasure Edgar had made to reformed houses. He was not simply enriching institutions arbitrarily, but was supporting communities that provided essential spiritual services for the entire realm. The Regularis Concordia represented the mature achievement of the English Benedictine reform, codifying the movement's practices and ensuring that the reforms would outlast the original generation of reformers. It demonstrated the close cooperation between Edgar and his ecclesiastical advisors, with the king's authority used to enforce religious standards that the reformers designed. It created a unified, standardized English monasticism that would persist through the remainder of the Anglo-Saxon period and would influence English religious life for centuries. During these final years of Edgar's reign, he also continued his diplomatic relationships with neighbouring kingdoms and with continental powers. His marriage to Elfrith had been partly a diplomatic arrangement, cementing his relationship with the powerful Ealdorman Ordgar's family and ensuring their support. Edgar maintained friendly relations with continental rulers, particularly with the German emperors, who ruled much of what is now Germany and northern Italy. The reformed monasteries Edgar supported maintained connections with continental houses, with monks travelling between England and the continent to share knowledge, books, and practices. English monasteries sent students to study at continental centres of learning like Fleury. Continental craftsmen and scholars came to England, bringing with them expertise that enriched English culture. These cultural and religious connections helped integrate England into the broader European Christian world, reducing England's relative isolation and positioning the kingdom as a respected member of the community of Christian European states. Edgar's household during these years was one of considerable splendour and sophistication. The royal court attracted learned men from across Europe, poets and musicians who created works in the king's honour, craftsmen who produced fine works in metal, ivory, and precious materials for royal use and as diplomatic gifts. The king's residences at Winchester, Gloucester, Kingston, and now in other royal estates were centres of culture and governance where Edgar received nobles and bishops, issued charters, heard legal cases, and conducted the ceremonial activities that demonstrated royal power. Queen Elfrith played an increasingly prominent role in these years, not simply as the king's wife, but as a political figure in her own right. She witnessed royal charters alongside Edgar, indicating her involvement in royal governance. She exercised the authority the Regularis Concordia had granted her over female religious houses, intervening in the election of abbesses and in disputes involving nunneries. She built networks of support among nobles and churchmen, creating a faction at court that was loyal to her and to her young son Ethelred's interests. Edgar's sons during these final years were being raised and educated in ways appropriate to princes who might someday be kings. Edward, the older son, probably born around 962, was now about 11 or 12 years old in the final years of Edgar's reign. He was old enough to begin participating in royal ceremonies, to witness charters, to be introduced to the nobles and bishops who governed the realm. He was being trained in the skills a king would need: literacy, understanding of law and justice, basic military skills, the arts of diplomacy and governance. Ethelred, the younger son born to Edgar and Elfrith, around 968, was still quite young in the final years of his father's reign, perhaps 6 or 7 years old in 975. He was probably beginning his education, but was still primarily in the care of nurses and tutors, rather than actively participating in the governance of the realm. As the son of the crown queen, he occupied a somewhat ambiguous position. He was younger than Edward, and according to normal rules of succession, should therefore come after his older brother. But his mother's advocates argued that his status as son of a crowned and anointed queen gave him a superior claim to the throne over Edward, whose mother had never been crowned. This tension over succession, while not yet explosive while Edgar lived, was already present beneath the surface of court life. Factions were forming, with some nobles and churchmen supporting Edward as the natural heir, being the eldest son, and others supporting Ethelred, being the son of the anointed queen. Archbishop Dunstan seems to have supported Edward, perhaps out of loyalty to the older prince, or perhaps because he believed strongly in the principle that the eldest son should inherit regardless of his mother's status. Ethelwald of Winchester and his circle appear to have supported Ethelred, perhaps because they were close to Queen Elfrith, or perhaps because they believed the son of a crown queen had the stronger claim. Edgar himself apparently did not resolve this tension decisively before his death. He may have believed he had many years ahead of him, and that there was no urgency in definitively settling the succession. He may have been reluctant to favour one son over the other, not wanting to alienate either child or either faction of supporters. Or he may have hoped that circumstances would resolve the question naturally. If he lived to old age, the matter of who among his sons should succeed him would become clear through their relative abilities and achievements as they matured into adulthood. But Edgar would not live to see his sons reach maturity, would not have the opportunity to guide the succession, would not be able to ensure a peaceful transition of power. In the summer of 975, when Edgar was only about 31 or 32 years old, apparently healthy and vigorous at the height of his powers and authority, death came suddenly. The exact date of Edgar's death is uncertain. Different sources give slightly different dates, but most agree it was in early July 975, with July 8th being the most commonly cited date. The location was Winchester, home of the ancient capital of Wessex, where the royal palace stood and where Edgar had maintained one of his primary residences throughout his reign. The cause of Edgar's death is not recorded in the surviving sources. Medieval chroniclers rarely provided detailed information about causes of death, partly because their medical knowledge was so limited that accurate diagnosis was impossible, partly because they were more interested in the moral and political implications of a death than in its medical causes. We are left to speculate about what killed a king who was still young and who had no recorded history of illness. It might have been a sudden illness, perhaps a stroke or heart attack, perhaps an infection that overwhelmed him quickly, perhaps a condition that had been developing silently and then proved suddenly fatal. It might have been an accident, though if the king had died from a fall or injury, the chronicles would probably have mentioned it. There is no suggestion in any reliable source that Edgar was murdered, though much later legends and stories sometimes hinted at foul play. What we can say with certainty is that the death was unexpected. There is no indication Edgar had been ill for a long time, no suggestion he had been preparing for death, no evidence of the kind of deathbed arrangements that seriously ill medieval kings typically made, designating their heir explicitly, making final grants of property, confessing sins, receiving last rites, providing for their families. Edgar seems to have died suddenly, without warning, giving him no opportunity to clarify the succession or to make final dispositions of his realm. The king's sudden death at such a young age must have been a tremendous shock to everyone who knew him. Edgar had ruled for 16 years, or 18 if we count, from when he became King of Mercia in 957, had transformed England in countless ways, had achieved extraordinary success and recognition, and seemed destined for many more years of reign. His generation would have expected him to rule for another 2 or 3 decades, to guide the kingdom through whatever challenges arose, to see his sons grow to manhood and be established in their positions. Instead, Edgar was gone, taken in the prime of life, leaving behind 2 young sons who were not yet ready to rule, leaving behind a kingdom that had depended heavily on his personal authority and ability, leaving behind a succession that was disputed and would soon become violent, a leaving behind a golden age that would prove to have been far more fragile than anyone realized. Edgar's body was prepared for burial according to the customs of the time, probably with elaborate funeral rites conducted by Archbishop Dunstan and other senior clergy. The king was interred at Glastonbury Abbey, one of the oldest and most prestigious monasteries in England, where Dunstan had once served as abbot. Glastonbury claimed ancient origins, traced its history back to the earliest days of Christianity in Britain, and housed the remains of several earlier kings. It was a fitting resting place for a king who had been such a great patron of monasticism. The tomb would have been marked with some kind of memorial, though the exact form is uncertain. In 1052, nearly 80 years after Edgar's death, and his tomb was opened during building work at Glastonbury. According to the account of this opening, Edgar's body was found to be incorrupt, meaning it had not fully decayed, which medieval people interpreted as a sign of sanctity. This claim of bodily incorruption is typical of medieval saints' cults and may reflect genuine observation, mistaken perception, or pious exaggeration. Regardless of whether Edgar's body was actually unusually well preserved, the claim that it was reflects the high regard in which he continued to be held decades after his death. But in July 975, as Edgar's body was being laid to rest at Glastonbury, as his nobles, bishops, and subjects mourned their lost king, as his young widow Elfrith contemplated an uncertain future, as his two sons prepared to contend for their father's throne, our England stood at a precipice. The peace, prosperity, and stability that Edgar had maintained for 16 years were about to shatter. The kingdom was about to descend into a succession crisis that would bring faction fighting, possible regicide, and ultimately a disastrous reign that would undo much of what Edgar had achieved. The golden age of Anglo-Saxon England was ending. The age of troubles was about to begin. Edgar's death in July 975 left England facing a situation that was both politically dangerous and emotionally fraught. Two young princes, neither yet old enough to rule effectively without guidance and support from powerful adults, both had claims to the throne. Edward, the elder son, probably about 13 years old, had the advantage of being the firstborn, in the principle of primogeniture, eldest son inheriting, being a strong custom in Anglo-Saxon England. But Ethelred, about 7 years old, had the advantage of being the son of a crowned and anointed queen, which his mother's supporters argued gave him superior status. Behind these two boys stood factions of nobles and churchmen, each group supporting different candidates for reasons that mixed genuine principle with cynical self-interest. The faction supporting Edward included Archbishop Dunstan, the most powerful churchman in England, whose moral authority was immense. Also supporting Edward was Ealdorman Ethelwine of East Anglia, son of Edgar's foster father, Ethelstan half-king, a powerful nobleman with extensive lands and followers. These men seem to have believed sincerely that Edward, as the eldest son, had the rightful claim, and that to pass over the eldest son in favour of a younger one would create a dangerous precedent. The faction supporting Ethelred included his mother, Queen Elfrith, naturally protective of her son's interests and ambitious for him to wear the crown. It also included Bishop Ethelwald of Winchester, Edgar's childhood tutor, one of the three great leaders of monastic reform. Ethelwald's support for Ethelred may have reflected genuine belief that the son of a crowned queen had the better claim, or it may have reflected his close relationship with Elfrith, or it may have been influenced by the lands and gifts Elfrith and her family had given to Winchester and its monasteries. Other nobles, particularly those with connections to Queen Elfrith's family or to the West Saxon heartland where she had strong support, one also backed Ethelred's claim. The succession question thus became entangled with broader factional rivalries that had been present but suppressed during Edgar's lifetime. Regional tensions between Wessex and Mercia, between the south and the north, between different noble families competing for power and influence. All of these found expression in the succession dispute. Supporting Edward or Ethelred became a way of positioning oneself in the political struggles that would define the next reign, whoever ultimately wore the crown. The decision about who would succeed Edgar was made through some combination of consultation among the powerful men of the realm and assertion of authority by those with a military force to back their claims. The exact process is not well documented, but the outcome was that Edward was chosen as king, and probably in the late summer or early autumn of 975, within a few months of Edgar's death. Dunstan's support seems to have been decisive. As Archbishop of Canterbury, he wielded enormous moral authority. his reputation for holiness, and his role in Edgar's coronation, and in the reform movement, made his opinion carry great weight when Dunstan threw his support behind Edward, declaring that the eldest son should inherit as was customary, and that Edward was the rightful king. This swayed enough nobles to create a consensus, or at least a sufficient majority, to make Edward's accession possible. Edward was crowned king, probably at Kingston upon Thames, where many West Saxon kings had received their crowns, in a ceremony that must have been far simpler and less elaborate than his father's magnificent coronation at Bath just 2 years earlier. The young teenage king, still a boy really, stood before the assembled nobles and bishops and received their oaths of loyalty, though how many of those oaths were given sincerely and how many were merely prudent acknowledgements of the prevailing political reality is impossible to know. From the beginning, Edward's reign was troubled. He was too young to rule effectively on his own and had to depend on advisors and regents, particularly Dunstan, who seems to have served as the chief counsellor to the young king. But Edward's youth and dependence on others made him vulnerable to manipulation, and meant that the real power in the kingdom was exercised by whichever nobles and churchmen could gain his ear or could act in his name. More seriously, Edward's accession did not resolve the succession dispute, but merely determined its next phase. Our Queen Elfrith and her faction had not accepted Edward as rightfully king, but had simply been outmaneuvered in the initial struggle. They continued to believe that Ethelred should be king, continued to work for that outcome, and waited for opportunities to press their case or to change the situation through other means. Contemporary sources describe Edward's short reign in harsh terms. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, in its entry for 975, describes how great disturbance arose in the kingdom following Edgar's death, how the reforms Edgar had supported came under attack, how God's adversaries, meaning enemies of the church and the monastic reform, broke up monastic communities and dispersed monks, and this anti-monastic reaction seems to have been a combination of genuine ideological opposition to the monastic reform movement and opportunistic land-grabbing by nobles who saw the succession crisis as a chance to reclaim estates that had been granted to monasteries. In Mercia particularly, under Ealdorman Elfhere, a wave of attacks on monasteries occurred. Reformed houses that Edgar had established or enriched found themselves besieged by armed bands who drove out the monks and seized monastic properties. Whether Elfhere himself organized these attacks, merely failed to prevent them, or actively participated is unclear from the sources. But the result was that the monastic reforms suffered a significant setback in some regions, with years of work undone in months of violence and dispossession. In East Anglia, by contrast, Ealdorman Ethelwine defended the monasteries in his region, protecting them from similar attacks. This regional variation suggests that the attacks on monasteries were not a spontaneous popular uprising against unpopular reforms, but were orchestrated, or at least permitted by regional nobles for their own purposes, possibly as a way of signalling their discontent with how the succession had been resolved. The young King Edward, meanwhile, struggled to assert his authority. The sources that describe his brief reign paint a picture of a boy who was perhaps not particularly suited to kingship. He is described as having a violent temper, as treating his advisors and nobles disrespectfully, as being impulsive and difficult to manage. Whether these characterizations are accurate or reflect the hostility of later writers who had reasons to portray Edward negatively is debatable, but they suggest at minimum that Edward did not have the political skills his father had possessed, that his youth and perhaps his personality made effective governance difficult. The tension between Edward's faction and Elfrith's faction remained high throughout the brief reign. The kingdom was effectively divided. with some regions and nobles loyal to the young king, and others supporting his stepmother and half-brother's claims. This division weakened England at a time when unity was desperately needed. The peace and prosperity of Edgar's reign gave way to instability and conflict. And then, on March 18, 978, less than 3 years after Edgar's death, it came the event that would immortalize young Edward and would plunge England into even deeper crisis. King Edward was murdered. The circumstances of Edward's murder are somewhat mysterious, known to us primarily through later accounts that may not be entirely reliable, but that agree on the basic facts. Edward had been visiting his stepmother Elfrith and his half-brother Ethelred at Corfe Castle in Dorset. Corfe was a royal estate that Elfrith seems to have controlled, a stronghold in the hills of Dorset overlooking the surrounding countryside. The sources agree that Edward's visit was informal, that he arrived with only a small retinue, or perhaps even alone, and that what followed was an act of violence rather than a ceremonial occasion. What exactly happened next varies somewhat in different accounts. But the essential story is that Edward was offered a cup of drink, wine or mead, the sources differ, as a gesture of hospitality, and while he was drinking, still mounted on his horse according to some accounts, someone attacked him. Whether Edward was stabbed while drinking, or pulled from his horse and then killed, or wounded and then dragged by his panicked horse for some distance before finally dying, the accounts differ. But what is clear is that Edward died violently at Corfe, that his death was not an accident but was murder, and that it occurred in the presence of or in a location controlled by his stepmother and her household. Who exactly killed Edward? The sources are frustratingly vague, perhaps because those who wrote them did not know for certain. Perhaps because they were reluctant to make explicit accusations against powerful people, or perhaps because the truth was murky even at the time. No contemporary source directly accuses Queen Elfrith of personally murdering her stepson, but the fact that the murder occurred at her residence, that it benefited her son Ethelred by removing the obstacle to his kingship, and that she had the motive and opportunity to arrange such a killing, made her the obvious suspect in many people's minds. Some accounts blame Elfrith's household officials or thegns, men in her service who might have acted on her orders, or who might have acted independently to curry favour with her by eliminating her son's rival, or who might have had their own grievances against Edward. The fact that Edward apparently arrived with minimal security, entrusting in the fact that he was visiting family, would have made him vulnerable to attack by even a small group of determined men. Whether Elfrith ordered Edward's murder, knew about it in advance, or was genuinely surprised and horrified by what her household did, is a question historians continue to debate. The evidence is insufficient to reach a definitive conclusion. But what is undeniable is that Edward's murder occurred under circumstances that cast deep suspicion on Elfrith, and that this suspicion would haunt her and her son for the rest of their lives. Edward's body was initially buried without proper ceremony at Wareham, a nearby settlement, as if those responsible wanted to dispose of the body quickly and quietly. But this cavalier treatment of a dead king's remains created scandal. Our Archbishop Dunstan and others who had supported Edward were outraged not just at his murder, but at the disrespectful burial. Within a year, Edward's body was exhumed and reburied with proper ceremony at Shaftesbury Abbey, a nunnery in Dorset. At Shaftesbury, a cult of St. Edward began to develop almost immediately. Miracles were reported at his tomb. People claimed to receive healings, to have visions, to experience divine favour through Edward's intercession. The young king, who had been murdered after reigning barely 3 years, was being transformed in popular memory into a martyr and saint. The development of Edward's cult was partly spontaneous. people genuinely believed he had been wrongfully killed and that his sufferings had earned him sanctity. But it was also partly political. Those who had supported Edward's kingship, who opposed the faction that had now put Ethelred on the throne, promoted the cult of Edward the Martyr as a way of keeping Edward's memory alive, of implicitly criticizing those who had benefited from his death, and of maintaining opposition to Ethelred's legitimacy. The Church officially recognized Edward as a saint, with his feast day eventually set on March 18th, the anniversary of his murder. Edward the Martyr would become one of the most popular Anglo-Saxon saints, his cult lasting throughout the Middle Ages and even experiencing revival in modern times. The teenage king, who had ruled unsuccessfully for less than 3 years, would be remembered and venerated far more than he probably would have been if he had lived to be an unremarkable adult king. But in 978, the immediate consequence of Edward's murder was that Ethelred, now about 10 years old, became king. Whether he knew anything about the murder, whether his mother had acted without telling him, or whether he was simply a child who was manipulated by adult supporters, Ethelred was now King of England. He would reign for the next 38 years, one of the longest reigns in Anglo-Saxon history, but it would be one of the most disastrous. Ethelred's kingship was compromised from the beginning by the circumstances of his accession. He came to the throne over his murdered half-brother's body. Whether or not his mother had been involved in that murder, the suspicion was there, and it attached to Ethelred as well. He would always be the king who benefited from fratricide, the king whose throne was stained with his brother's blood. Moreover, Ethelred lacked the qualities needed to be an effective king in this difficult situation. Where his father Edgar had been a skilled politician who could balance factions and maintain consensus, Ethelred would prove indecisive and erratic. Where Edgar had maintained peace and prosperity through firm governance and wise policies, Ethelred's reign would see the return of Viking raids, military defeats, massive payments of tribute to buy off invaders, and eventually the conquest of England by a Danish king. The contrast between Edgar's successful reign and Ethelred's failed one would be so stark that later chroniclers gave Ethelred the nickname Unread, often rendered in modern English as unready, but actually meaning ill-advised or lacking in counsel, a bitter pun on his name, and which means noble counsel. Ethelred the well-counselled became Ethelred the ill-counselled, Ethelred Unread, whose bad decisions and weak leadership would bring England to ruin. The succession crisis that followed Edgar's death thus had catastrophic consequences. Instead of a smooth transition to a capable heir who could maintain Edgar's policies and preserve his achievements, England got a disputed succession. A murdered teenage king, a young boy king who came to power under a cloud of suspicion, and eventually one of the worst reigns in English history. The peace Edgar had built was shattered. The unity he had maintained was fractured. The prosperity he had fostered gave way to economic strain and military disaster. Despite the terrible aftermath of his death and the disasters that befell England in subsequent decades, Edgar himself remained remembered as one of Anglo-Saxon England's greatest kings. His reign, lasting from 959 to 975, represented a golden age that later generations would look back on with nostalgia and admiration. The achievements of those 16 years, the peace, the prosperity, the cultural flowering, the administrative sophistication, the recognition of English power by neighbouring kingdoms, all testified to Edgar's qualities as a ruler. The most obvious aspect of Edgar's legacy was the nickname by which he was known to posterity, Edgar the Peaceful, or in Latin, Edgarus Pacificus. This epithet was not given to him during his lifetime, but was applied by later chroniclers and historians who recognized that his reign, had been remarkably free from the warfare and violence that characterized most medieval reigns. That a 10th century king could maintain peace for 16 years was extraordinary and deserved recognition. Edgar's peaceful reign was not achieved through weakness or passivity, but through strength and skillful management. He maintained a powerful navy that deterred Viking raids. He cultivated good relations with the Scandinavian settlers in the Danelaw, respecting their customs and laws while asserting ultimate royal authority. He projected enough military power that potential enemies thought twice before attacking English territory. His diplomacy secured the submission of neighbouring rulers as demonstrated at Chester. The peace he achieved was peace through strength, not peace through surrender. This legacy of peace had profound effects on England's development, and 16 years without major warfare allowed economic growth as merchants could trade without fear of having their goods plundered, as farmers could work their fields without armies marching through and destroying crops, as craftsmen could develop their skills and accumulate tools and materials without losing everything to raiders. The prosperity visible in the archaeological record from Edgar's reign, the fine metalwork, the substantial buildings, the evidence of extensive trade, reflects this period of security and stability. Edgar's monetary reform proved to be one of his most lasting achievements. The system he established, with uniform silver pennies produced from centrally manufactured dies, continued to function throughout the remainder of the Anglo-Saxon period and even beyond the Norman conquest. English pennies maintained their reputation for reliability and high silver content for generations, facilitating both domestic commerce and international trade. The administrative sophistication required to manage this system, central die production, distribution to mints across the kingdom, quality control, periodic renewal, demonstrated capabilities that few other 10th century European kingdoms possessed. The coinage reform also had cultural and political significance. The uniformity of the currency reinforced English identity and royal authority. When people throughout England used identical coins bearing the king's image, when a penny from Northumbria was indistinguishable from one from Wessex, it created a tangible sense of shared participation in a unified kingdom under a single royal authority. The daily use of this uniform royal currency may have done more to create a sense of English unity than any number of royal proclamations or military campaigns. Edgar's administrative innovations more broadly also had lasting impacts. The system of shires and hundreds that he refined continued to serve as the basis of English local government for centuries. The integration of the Danelaw into this administrative structure, achieved through pragmatic respect for local customs, combined with assertion of royal oversight, succeeded in creating genuine unity out of what had been a patchwork of different regions with different legal traditions. By the end of Edgar's reign, England was more administratively unified than it had been at any point since the Roman withdrawal. The legal codes Edgar issued contributed to the development of English common law, his extension of royal law to the Danelaw, his standardization of weights and measures, his regulations concerning commerce and crime. All of these helped create a more unified legal framework that would continue to evolve in subsequent centuries. The principle that there should be common standards across the kingdom, that royal law should reach into even remote regions, that justice should be available to all subjects regardless of their location. These principles, advanced during Edgar's reign, would become foundational to English governance. Perhaps Edgar's most controversial but ultimately significant legacy was his support for monastic reform. The transformation of English monasticism during his reign had profound cultural and religious consequences. The reformed monasteries became centers of learning and literacy at a time when educated people were rare and precious. The schools attached to these monasteries trained not just monks, but also the lay administrators who staffed royal and noble households. The scriptoria, at Reformed monasteries preserved classical and early medieval texts that might otherwise have been lost, copied scripture and liturgical works that were essential to Christian worship, and produced new works of literature, history, and theology. The artistic achievements of the Reformed monasteries enriched Anglo-Saxon culture. The illuminated manuscripts produced at Winchester, Canterbury, and other Reformed houses rank among the finest achievements of medieval art. The Benedictional of St. Ethelwald, the Harley Psalter, the various gospel books and liturgical manuscripts that survive from this period demonstrate a level of artistic skill and sophistication that placed England in the first rank of European cultural achievement. This flowering of art and culture was directly enabled by Edgar's generous patronage of Reformed monasticism. The Regularis Concordia, produced during Edgar's reign, provided a framework for English monasticism that lasted beyond the Anglo-Saxon period, even after the Norman conquest, when many English monasteries came under new Norman leadership. The basic structures and practices codified in the Regularis Concordia continued to influence English monastic life. The document's provisions for royal and queenly patronage of monasteries helped establish patterns of church-state relations that would persist throughout the Middle Ages. However, Edgar's monastic reform also had negative consequences, both immediate and long-term. The forcible expulsion of secular clergy from major churches, the transfer of enormous wealth to monastic houses, the factional conflicts generated by reform, all of these created problems. The anti-monastic reaction that followed Edgar's death, with nobles seizing monastic lands and driving out monks, demonstrated that reform had been imposed by royal authority rather than growing organically from widespread support. The resentments this generated contributed to the instability of Edward the Martyr's reign and the weakness of Ethelred's early years. Moreover, the concentration of so much land and wealth in monastic hands created economic inefficiencies and social tensions that would persist. Monasteries, by their nature as religious institutions claiming divine sanction for their privileges, were difficult for later kings to control or to tax effectively. The alliance between crown and monasteries that had served Edgar so well could become a constraint on future rulers who might need to assert royal authority against ecclesiastical independence. Edgar's coronation ceremony at Bath proved to be one of his most enduring legacies. The ritual Dunstan designed for that occasion became the template for all subsequent English and British coronations. For more than 1,000 years, English monarchs have followed essentially the same ceremony: presentation to the people, royal oath, anointing, investiture with regalia, and participation in communion. The specific wording has evolved, theological understandings have changed, some elements have been added or modified, but the basic structure created for Edgar's coronation in 973 remains intact. This ceremonial legacy is remarkable. Few medieval rituals have survived with such continuity. That Edgar's coronation ceremony should still be recognizable in 21st century coronations demonstrates its power and appropriateness as a ritual expression of Christian kingship. The threefold oath Edgar swore: to protect the church and peace, to maintain just laws, and to exercise justice with mercy, continues to be sworn by British monarchs, carrying forward into the modern world principles of royal responsibility, articulated in the 10th century. The ceremony at Chester, and with its dramatic image of Edgar being rowed by subordinate kings, became legendary. Whether or not every detail of the story as told by later chroniclers is accurate, the event successfully demonstrated English supremacy over the British Isles in a way that captured imaginations and became a touchstone for later assertions of English authority. When later English kings claimed overlordship over Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, they could point to Chester as precedent. When debates arose about the historical relationships between different parts of the British Isles, Chester was cited as evidence of ancient English supremacy. In personal terms, Edgar's legacy is more complicated. His multiple relationships and the different children they produced created the succession crisis that destroyed the peace of his later reign. His relationship with Wulfrith, whatever its exact nature, required penance from Archbishop Dunstan and created scandal. The possibly legendary but widely believed story of Ethelwald's murder stained his reputation. The contrast between his public support for strict monastic celibacy and his own romantic indulgences created charges of hypocrisy. Yet even these failings contributed to how Edgar was remembered. Medieval people did not expect their kings to be saints, though they did want their saints to be kings or of royal blood. Edgar's human weaknesses, his struggles with temptation, his eventual maturation and reformation, made him a more relatable figure than a purely idealized monarch would have been. The fact that both Wulfrith and their daughter Edith were venerated as saints was seen as evidence that God had brought good out of Edgar's sin, that his transgression had been forgiven and transformed into something holy. Edgar's relationship with Archbishop Dunstan became a model for ideal cooperation between church and crown. The partnership between these two men, the secular ruler and the spiritual leader working together for the good of the realm, demonstrated how effective governance could be when royal power and ecclesiastical authority reinforced rather than opposed each other. Later, medieval writers held up Edgar and Dunstan as an example of the proper relationship between king and archbishop, though few later partnerships would achieve such harmony. The contrast between Edgar's successful reign and the disasters that followed his death enhanced his reputation. As Ethelred's reign descended into chaos, as Viking raiders returned and extorted enormous payments of Danegeld, as English military forces suffered repeated defeats, as the kingdom weakened and eventually submitted to Danish conquest, people looked back on Edgar's reign with increasing nostalgia. The peace, prosperity, and stability of his time seemed like a vanished golden age, a high point from which England had fallen through the bad fortune of his early death and the incompetence of his successor. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, compiled and updated by monks at various monasteries, contains several remarkable poems about Edgar, unusual in a chronicle that typically recorded events in plain prose. And these poems praise Edgar in elaborate language, comparing him to biblical kings, celebrating his support for monasticism, mourning his death, and lamenting the troubles that followed. The decision to commemorate Edgar in poetry rather than prose indicates how highly he was regarded by the monastic communities that produced the chronicle. Later medieval chroniclers continued to praise Edgar. William of Malmesbury in the 12th century, while noting Edgar's personal failings, concluded that he was a king of the greatest distinction, whose reign brought peace and prosperity to England. Henry of Huntingdon described Edgar as a most glorious king, whose achievements deserved celebration. Even chroniclers writing centuries after Edgar's death, with no personal connection to him or his reign, I recognized his significance and praised his accomplishments. Edgar's legacy in terms of English identity and the concept of unified English kingship is perhaps his most subtle but most important achievement. Under his rule, England became more genuinely unified than it had ever been before. The administrative integration of Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex under common royal authority, the extension of English law even to the Danelaw, the uniform currency circulating throughout the realm, the network of royal officials governing shires and hundreds, all of this created practical unity that went beyond mere military conquest. Moreover, Edgar succeeded in making this unity seem natural and permanent, rather than artificial and imposed. and the fact that different regions with different histories and traditions could work together under common royal authority, that English and Scandinavian peoples could coexist within the same kingdom, that regional identities could be maintained while still acknowledging membership in a larger English community. These achievements created a model of inclusive unity that would influence English political development for centuries. When England fragmented after Edgar's death, and then was eventually conquered by the Danes under Canute, the memory of Edgar's unified and peaceful kingdom persisted. When the English monarchy was restored under Edward the Confessor, and again after the Norman conquest under William I and his successors, Edgar's reign served as a reference point for what England could be when well governed. The peace of Edgar's time became a standard against which later reigns were measured, often to their disadvantage. In the longer perspective of English history, Edgar's reign marks the high point of Anglo-Saxon achievement before the decline that preceded the Norman conquest. The cultural flowering, administrative sophistication, economic prosperity, and political stability of his reign demonstrated what Anglo-Saxon England could achieve under strong and capable leadership. That these achievements proved so fragile that they could not survive Edgar's premature death and the succession crisis that followed reveals something about the limitations of medieval governance, how dependent on individual rulers' abilities, how vulnerable to chance and misfortune, how difficult to sustain across generations. But yet even acknowledging these limitations, Edgar's achievements remain impressive. In 16 years, he transformed a recently reunified kingdom into one of the most sophisticated and well-governed realms in 10th century Europe. He supported a religious reform movement that changed English Christianity and produced remarkable cultural achievements. He implemented monetary and administrative reforms that brought order and prosperity. He maintained peace through skillful diplomacy and credible military power. He created a coronation ceremony that would last for more than a millennium. He achieved recognition of English supremacy over the British Isles that no previous English king had matched. Edgar the Peaceful earned his epithet not through weakness or luck, but through strength and skill. His peaceful reign was a positive achievement and not a passive result. The prosperity and stability of his kingdom were built through wise policies and effective governance. The cultural flowering of his reign was made possible by his generous patronage and support. The unity of his kingdom was created through administrative sophistication and political balance. When Edgar died suddenly in July 975, still in his early 30s, England lost a king who had proven himself one of the most capable rulers of the Anglo-Saxon period. The disasters that followed his death revealed how much his personal qualities had mattered, how much the peace and prosperity of his reign had depended on his own abilities, rather than on self-sustaining institutions that could function equally well under any ruler. But this limitation itself reveals something important about Edgar's achievement. A medieval kingship was intensely personal. The effectiveness of royal government depended crucially on the king's own character, abilities, and judgment. Institutions, laws, and administrative structures mattered, but they could not substitute for competent royal leadership. Edgar succeeded because he was a skilled politician, a wise administrator, a capable diplomat, a strong military leader, and a king who understood how to balance different factions and interests while still maintaining clear direction and purpose. The tragedy of Edgar's legacy was not that his achievements were worthless because they did not survive him, but that his death came too soon, before his sons were ready to follow him, before his methods and principles could be transmitted to the next generation, before the institutions and practices he had developed could be firmly enough established to continue without his personal guidance. If Edgar had lived another 20 years, if he had been able to guide his sons to maturity and prepare one of them to succeed him effectively, If the succession had been smooth rather than violent, England's history might have been very different. The catastrophe of Ethelred's reign might have been avoided. The Danish conquest might never have occurred. The Norman invasion might have met a strong, unified England, rather than a weakened, divided one. Anglo-Saxon civilization might have continued to develop and flourish, rather than being abruptly ended by military conquest. But history does not deal in hypotheticals. What actually happened was that Edgar died young, that the succession went terribly wrong, and that England descended into chaos, and that the golden age of Edgar's reign became a memory rather than a foundation for further progress. Yet even as a memory, even as a vanished golden age that later generations looked back on with nostalgia, Edgar's reign remained significant. It demonstrated what was possible, what Anglo-Saxon England could achieve when circumstances favoured it, what peace and prosperity and cultural achievement were within reach of a well-governed medieval kingdom. And in that demonstration lies Edgar's ultimate legacy. He showed that peace was possible in a violent age, that prosperity could be achieved even in a medieval economy, that different peoples and regions could unite under effective royal leadership, that learning and art could flourish with proper patronage, and that governance could be sophisticated and effective, even with primitive technology and limited resources. These achievements, even though they proved temporary, expanded the horizons of what people believed was possible, and created models that would inspire and guide later rulers. Edgar the Peaceful, King of all England from 959 to 975, crowned in glory at Bath in 973, acknowledged as overlord by neighbouring rulers at Chester that same year, patron of monastic reform and supporter of cultural achievement, creator of administrative and monetary systems that would outlast his dynasty, architect of a coronation ceremony that endures into the 21st century, stands as one of the great kings of Anglo-Saxon England. His reign was a high point of Anglo-Saxon achievement, and a golden age whose brightness is only made more poignant by the darkness that followed, when he died too soon and left his sons to fight over his inheritance, the king who came to power unexpectedly at 16, who had been raised in Mercia, educated by reforming monks, taught ideals of Christian kingship, and thrust into power through his brother's failures, grew into a ruler worthy of the throne he inherited. The peaceful king created peace not through weakness, but through strength. The pious king supported religious reform not just for show, but from genuine conviction. The wise king governed effectively not through luck, but through skill. And the tragic king, dying young, left behind a legacy that outlasted the immediate disasters that followed his death. England would not see another king like Edgar until long after the Norman conquest, long after Anglo-Saxon civilization had been transformed beyond recognition, long after the world Edgar knew had vanished into history, but his memory persisted, his achievements remained recognized, and his reign continued to be celebrated as a golden age when an Anglo-Saxon king brought peace, prosperity, and glory to all of England. And so, we come to the end of our journey through the life and reign of King Edgar the Peaceful. We have walked with him from his birth in the early 940s through the turbulent childhood that saw him orphaned and fostered away from his father's court, through his unexpected elevation to kingship in his teens, through his 16 years of peaceful and prosperous rule, to his tragic early death and the disasters that followed. We have witnessed the heights of his achievement, the coronation at Bath, the ceremony at Chester, the flourishing of church and culture under his patronage, and the depths of the tragedy that came after, when England lost its peace and descended into faction fighting and eventual conquest. If you found this historical journey soothing, if Edgar's story helped carry you gently towards sleep, please consider liking this video, subscribing to Sleepy Crown, and leaving a comment about which other Anglo-Saxon rulers you would like to hear about in future episodes. May you rest well, dreaming perhaps of 10th century England, of monks chanting in reformed monasteries, of silver pennies bearing a king's face, of boats being rowed on the River Dee, of peace that once was and might someday be again. Sleep well, dear listener. History will be here when you wake.